Customers, European capital markets, leading teams, mentoring juniors, and activity in the last 2 decades. Specializing in production, back-end architecture, event-driven systems, cloud-native and AI-enabled platform. Passionate about tech-enabled creativity, innovation, and automation for better productivity. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. David Iyangeto, our keynote speaker for this morning. Please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. The hall looks scattered. Can more people come closer? I'm actually here for you, but it seems like everybody's busy. All right. My slides, are they ready? Okay, I'm very pleased to be here today. My name is David Iyangeto. I'm a full stack HTML developer. Do you know what that is? How many of you know me? You have seen me before. Please let me see your hand. Just one person. And two more. And one. Okay, nice. Interesting. Okay, great. So today I'll be talking about, the theme of this program is the builder's experience. And today I'll be talking about from learning tech to building systems that matter. Learning tech to building systems that matter. So I believe that a cross-section of these students, how many of you are already building in tech? Let me see your hands, please. You are building. You are learning. Where is learning? You have a job. Nobody has a job. You are making content, creating content. Okay. You have 1 million followers on TikTok. 1,000. Oh, you have, that's interesting. Good. So, how many of you are just starting your career in tech? You are learning something. How many? Okay. How many of you are confused whether to keep learning or to stop and go and sell akara? Still learning. Interesting. Okay, good. So, let's get started. So, the question used to be, 3 years ago, the question used to be, how do I become a software engineer? You're interested in tech. You want to start your tech career. That used to be the question. But in the past 2 years, there's been all these layoffs, big companies laying off, and you wake up and you don't see your colleagues, you don't see your supervisor, and they are gone. AWS actually laid off like 16,000 within the last 1 year. Meta, and then if you're starting your career in tech, you now ask, there is all this debate about, will AI replace software engineers? And I believe that you have that question too. But that's the wrong question. The right question is actually, who will build the systems that AI runs on? So, even though we have AI, there are the AI era is actually divided in two parts. One is the AI infrastructure, and the second part is what we call the AI service economy. So you have the machine learning engineers, they build the infrastructure, and the big companies like Anthropic, Google, and OpenAI building the infrastructure. AI still need builders, and that's why even though you have the infrastructure, you still need people that can design backend systems. You still need the cloud infrastructure. And we still need people like you that will build the applications that will leverage that infrastructure. So let's talk about cloud, and because that's what AWS is about. When my early days in the career, we used to talk about buying a dedicated server. In closest used to be London. You buy a dedicated server. At the time, it used to be 800,000 naira. I believe with the devaluation, that 800,000 naira will be more than 3 million now. And you own a big server. They give you one piece of laptop or desktop, and that's what you own. And you try to use FTP and run on that server. But now we have cloud, so you don't need 800,000 naira. You have cloud servers that are as cheap as $1, $6. But the interesting thing is that we are talking about AWS. AWS have free tier servers that you can use for more than a year. So which means it removes the cost of the server. You don't need to deploy, you don't need to own your own server to start running your applications. But you can actually pick any piece of the server. You can use the server itself, you can use the serverless, you can use other AWS services to run whatever you want to run. And it takes away the limitations. Next slide, please. So beyond the cloud, we talk about builders. What's the difference between builders and every other person? So you can be a programmer, you learn the syntax, you learn how to write code. But what does it really mean to be a builder? Think of it as a bricklayer and the architect or the contractor that has a full perspective of what it means to build a house. And a bricklayer that just knows how to arrange the blocks. When you become a builder, you start thinking beyond writing code. What product am I building? Who is the product for? Who are my customers? When I move beyond having just one customer to having 100,000 customers, how do I handle that? What if I wake up to see 1 million customers trying to use my service? So you now start talking about scalability, resilience of the system, and sometimes we talk about distributed system. For instance, what happens when you try to upload files? Sometimes you go to a website, you want to upload a file, and it takes like maybe 10 seconds to upload if you want to upload your passport. What happens when you want to upload a video? Do you think in some cases, you want to download a file, and then you get a message that when the file is done downloading, it's going to send you a message. You're going to receive an email. You cannot download directly. It means some kind of requests are not synchronous, some are synchronous. You need to send a request, and another system will handle it so that it doesn't block other requests that are coming in. So you move beyond just writing code and beginning to understand how you design the system such that with 1 million users trying to use it at the same time, your system will not crash like Jam website used to be. I don't know if it has changed now. Next slide. Today, everybody is talking about AI, and you can't complete the conversation without AI. But the thing is, everybody in this room, we are all AI consumers. The world is not going to reward AI consumers. The reward is for the builders. I was asked to ask this question. How many of you are already building for AI? If you have built something with AI, please let me see your hand. Nobody? In this room? Oh, see two guys. And more. That's interesting. So your reward is coming. But let's talk about the AI service economy. Question is, what are you building? These are the common things that we see people build. People try to build customer support. We are looking beyond just having simple chatbots. We are looking at how customers get to chat with AI agents, and the AI will solve the problems that your customer support used to solve. But deep into fintech, fraud has been a serious problem for fintech companies, especially in Nigeria. And the thing is, we are now building systems that quickly detect fraud before it occurs and understanding the patterns. And you have agents that run in the background before your transactions happen. And then deep into software development, we now have agents that detect bugs before they actually happen and can actually catch errors on production and try to handle. But you also know that there's other risks, like a case of an AI agent deleting a whole production database, and the company losing millions. So you also have conversion agents that detect when somebody is having a conversation and is interested in buying. But the value is now shifting. It's not about just because you want to build with AI, you need to start thinking like a builder. We need to start moving beyond copy and paste. Just because you see a solution that already exists. I remember when somebody said it can build Paystack in 24 hours. Paystack has been built for many years. So if you want to build with AI, move beyond trying to build the next chatbot. Building the next chatbot. You have seen a chatbot that already exists. You want to build, maybe because you're looking for a job, you want to build another solution that formats CVs. There are millions of that on the internet. You want to build, what are the common other things? You want to build how to scale through certain exams, maybe certification exams. You need to actually look beyond that and start thinking. Think about the problems you can solve around you. But most importantly, you need domain expertise before you can start thinking of the better way to build. Next slide. So if you have experience or you want to get a job now in tech, especially in tech, there's one question that is very silent. Interviewers ask this question, and how you answer it, there's no good or bad answer. because it depends on the team. The question that most interviewers will ask you is, how do you integrate AI into your daily workflow? How do you integrate AI into your daily workflow? Is there anybody that would like to share experience here? How? Who asks? I need a volunteer, one volunteer. One volunteer. How do you use AI every day for better productivity? One person. Okay. Who lifted the hands there first? You or you? Okay, come.
Good day. Good day, all. Okay, Gabriel Ito, the name that was already announced. Based on this question, because I'm into IT and telecommunication services, and so I integrate AI in my daily activities because sometimes I have busy schedules, and if, for instance, practically, and maybe you see my adverts and you know I'm in Uyo, and you are requesting for one of my services, and I'm not there with my phone and nobody's there to chat. I've trained my AI agent to be able to talk to you as a person and tell you and ask you some basic questions pertaining to what services I'm rendering, and ask you what service you want at the moment and how he or she can render that service at that time. Based on your response, I've also trained my AI to be able to tell you these are the available services, and if you're able to pick any of the services, the AI agent is also going to tell you that for this service, it's going to take you so amount of time, and this is what it will cost to deliver this service. To that extent, basically, I've been able to integrate AI into my professionalism. God bless you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So that's a business owner, which is really interesting perspective. So now, if you are doing work, you are doing tech work, whether you're a content writer, you're a developer, you're a builder, you're a content creator, how you answer these questions is really very important. Because let's say you are looking for a job and they ask you this question, you need to be able to answer it yourself, because in most cases, it's a capability filter. There is a shift now, and teams really want to know, are you already using AI to increase your productivity? And there are conversations around 10xing your productivity with AI. But the most important thing is not just how you use the AI. It's not whether you use the AI, but the question is, are you truly collaborating with AI to increase your productivity? Or are you just delegating what you're supposed to do to AI and then taking it all and shipping? Those are the questions that you need to answer. Next slide. So I want to share a personal experience. A couple of months ago, I joined the Andela AI bootcamp, engineering bootcamp, exactly for very senior engineers. And it was really funny. I've never seen that kind of technical assessment before. We were presented two questions. One, we actually had three questions. One, we were supposed to use AI to solve the problem, and the other two was no AI. And guess what? It shifted from when they ask you to write algorithm to asking you to find a bug in a code. So they gave us a one-page code, and they say you should find a bug in the code. No context at all. Just look at the code and find the bug. And that was the criteria. And when you find a bug, you now communicate with and AI assistant. And you now write, what do you call it? I think you were supposed to write a report of what you found. And then the second one was we're given a system design, a complex system design, an image, and oh, this is what the customers are complaining about. What is the cause of that? And it turns out that the caching layer strategy changed, and it was causing hallucinations. Now, if you don't have domain experience, if you don't have domain knowledge, if you have not been building, if you don't have hands-on experience, you will never detect this. So now, please go to the next slide. Okay. Now the shift in the interviews have actually shifted. Now the interview landscape have actually shifted to not just writing complex algorithm. They are trying to test if you know if you can actually detect when the AI system is wrong. Next slide. Innovation. So the question is, now that you have cloud, you have AI knowledge, how do you innovate? And it brings me back to what I was talking about before. We don't need clone apps anymore. We don't need anybody to build the next OpenAI, the next ChatGPT, we don't even have the capacity. When you think about how much they have raised to build those things, what we actually need is, we need people, we need builders that can look around. You look around your environment, what problem can we solve? What problem can you solve? And most especially, we have a lot of small businesses scattered around. There are so many automation problems. There are so many things that they do every day. They repeat the same thing every day. And you should think in that direction to solve that problem. Before MoneyPoint came and OPay came, we knew that we had a serious problem with their existing ATM machines, the POS machines. But they came and they solved that problem. They solved a local problem. You need to think in that direction. What problem can you solve? But this doesn't mean that it should just, it doesn't mean that it should just go and get a new batch, founder of what AI, CEO of this AI. You are a student, you are in school, and then you are a founder, and you are a CEO with only you. You have not paid salary before. Yes, how are you a CEO? So, it's not about the brand, it's about building. It's not about trying to raise funds. You go to the internet and you see people raising funds, you want to raise funds and start building. Who do you know? Who is your father? You need to learn how to build. The other important point is that you should let your portfolio speak for you, which means if you are technical, if you want to build the apps, you want to build the applications, you need to have a GitHub page. You need to have a GitHub account. You need to build the products there. You need to contribute. You need to also be consistent. You need to leverage this community that you have. Apart from AWS, there are different other communities in you. People need to know what you are building. Next. There are opportunities At the same time, there are no opportunities. Next. The sad truth is actually that beyond being a software developer, there are more opportunities. There are so many things that you can be. You can be a solutions architect. You can be a cloud security expert. You can also build your career in technical support or advocacy, technical writing. Now, as a student, you can do all this at the same time. So, the strategy is you build, you write, and then you volunteer to speak at events or contribute to open source code. And that's how you build your portfolio. And gradually, you will find your way into a remote gig. Start some remote gigs. Next. Yes. Next slide. These are stats. So, somewhere in New York, somebody's earning big money in dollars. At the same time, a lot of people that used to earn this money, they're also losing their jobs and looking for another job. But because the landscape is changing, you can be the next person that is adding to this number. And for you to do that, you need to have the builder's mindset and you need to start building. So, what limitations do you think we have? Do you really have limitations? I think maybe when it was in 2014 or 2015, we had a lot of limitations because we did not have a lot of role models. But there have been Nigerians that have done this, and they did not raise funds. They solved a problem. They solved their problem, and they made it public. And I want to share some of the examples. How many of you have heard of Chakra UI? Is it Chakra UI or Shakara UI? How many of you have heard of Laravel Paystack, ArcUI, ZagJS? They were all built by Nigerians. And you can also build. This was before the AI era. Now is AI. The beauty of AI is actually that you don't need capital. You just need your laptop. And there are so many free tools that you can use. Next. These are some of the AI products. I actually know the guy the creator of the site AI. But you know the funny thing? He was actually working with InterSwitch. You can't move from, anyway, you can actually do it, but if you are the next Mark Zuckerberg and your father had a lot of money, you can't move from your classroom to being a founder. There's going to be a missing piece, which is the experience. So, you can create some libraries, contribute to open source. Next slide. So, this is my advice to you. Don't start with getting a company. Start with building your portfolio, learning from other companies that are doing well, learning from experienced experts in your chosen field, and solving a problem that affects you and 100 other people, or maybe 1 million other people, before you can think of starting your own company. While you want to build that up, try to find open source project nets. And one other thing that is common is that most of the young people, when they get to join a company, after 6 months, they leave it to another company. After another 3 months, they leave it to another company. When you want to get a serious job, it's going to affect you because companies look at how fast, when they invest in the interview and they discover that every 3 months you move to another company, it's going to show in your profile. They want people that will stay. They want people that will build. And it also helps you with building your portfolio. Next. Next. So, you can actually be a great builder in 5 steps. Now with AI, the question is, you can be discouraged. Do I still need to learn if you wanted to be a software engineer? Do I still need to learn HTML and CSS? Do I need to even own a GitHub account? Or should I just delegate it to AI? AI can build all this, build everything, you just take the design. AI can even design and build it for you. But you will not be able to spot when AI makes mistakes. So it's still essential that you learn the fundamentals, Git, API, databases, networking, cloud, programming fundamentals, and OOP design, and then move to building real projects. Yes, and you can also add AI into the mix. Okay. And next slide. So the next generation of African builders will not be defined by where they study. They will be defined by what they build. Builders of systems, builders of infrastructure, builders of solution. Next slide. And as long as you are here, you've already made up your mind to be a builder. What I want to encourage you is do not delegate what you have learned to AI to do the work for you. Focus on understanding the fundamentals of software development, software engineering, content creation, technical writing, and find a better way to collaborate with AI. Increase your productivity, integrate AI into your daily workflow, and measure how you have evolved. And you will be one of the few people that will be rewarded. Remember, the current AI era will not reward consumers, it will reward builders. Thank you very much.
All right, please put your hands together for Mr. David. Anyone has any question you'd like to ask him? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions you'd like to ask? Okay, someone has a question. Mr. David, I hope you are taking questions because someone has a question. Please, can we have the other microphone? Thank you. The other microphone, please. All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. David, for the presentation. And I think I have two or maybe one question. When you spoke about that you should have a domain experience. Now, actually, I'm basically starting out on the cloud engineering path, and I wanted to understand what you meant by that as it relates to DevOps engineering and cloud engineering, having a domain experience. Thank you.
So I will answer your question with example. So I was working with a colleague, and then on a project, and then we had a security team that wanted to make some changes to the infrastructure. We use infrastructure as code, Terraform, if you are familiar with it. And that means you write your code, and the code will now create all the infrastructure, all the services. So, and I asked the colleague to go, separate what we have. We're mixing it within the app, so separate it to a different repo. And what happened was that he actually separated it into a separate repo, and we deployed the solution. We deployed the infrastructure. We set up, infrastructure. When you deploy it, you will set up all the infrastructure that you need. The first month, we received an alert that we spent $8,000 on infrastructure, from $1,500 monthly to $8,000 monthly. And the funny thing is that I did not have access to this cost. They raised the alarm the second month that we just paid $8,000. I'm like, why did we pay $8,000? And then I said, give me a list of services, the full summary details. And it turns out that the database, one database alone will cost about $4,000, 3,000 something, and we're spending $350 every single day for that database. What happened? The guy vibe coded the translation, and everything looked well, because AI will use the best configuration without context. So the guy did not have that domain knowledge. So if I coded everything, changed the configuration that I already wrote. I wrote it myself. He changed the configuration, and was for a dev environment that we are barely like 5 engineers. It was assigning, I think, 8 vCPUs, if you understand what like you have one CPU. It was assigning 8 vCPUs and about 32 gig RAM. 32 gig RAM for the database. And that's, cloud is sweet, but one tiny configuration would shoot your costs. And your laptop can save 50 engineers, 50 engineers. But this is the configuration mistake. He did not have the domain knowledge. Now the problem is, when I asked him, review this, what changed? He struggled for 2 days and he could not find what the problem was. But I had the domain knowledge. I understood how configurations work. And it took me some time. It took me like a couple of hours to detect that. And all we needed to do was swap all the configurations. What we needed was one vCPU, and I think we did not like 500 megabytes of RAM for that database, because the call was actually very tiny. And we brought it all down to $15. So you imagine bringing the cost, daily cost, from $350 to $15 every day. What happened? I know DevOps, Do you know how to configure each system? Do you know what you really need to configure? Without that domain knowledge, you can ship, but you'll be burning either tokens while you are burning some other person's money.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davey. Thank you so much. I think that will be all for now. Please put your hands together one more time for Mr. David. Thank you so much. Moving on, would like to thank our first 20 attendees. So please, if you hear your name, just come up for what we have to give to you. Augustina Augustine, Priska Onwi, Precious Glory, Comfort Ago, Nicholas Bassi, Victoria Moses, Elijah Jonah, Abasia Keme William, Domita Sat. I hope I got that correctly, but if not, I'm sorry. Inemeset Udo, Imo Udo, Amanda, Wiseman Umana, Victor Edet, Kevin Smart, Kevin Victoria, Emejong Eko. Okay. Esege Uwem Uko, Khadija Ahmed, Goslov Ujene. All right, thank you so much. On behalf of AWS Student Builder Groups, we want to say a very big thank you for coming out early, and thank you. Please, you have to take pictures. Thank you. All right, thank you. You can go back to your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can say that I've empowered 20 youths. Nigerian government cannot relate. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please smile. Your government cannot relate. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So please, when you see my election flyer, vote Amarachi for what? Good governance. Thank you so much. All right, so our second speaker for this morning. But before then, we'd like to say a very big thank you to our partners, DeepMe, CloudWith, Ane Academy, Node Explorer, Pep Talks, and Card Remit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for partnering with us. A minute, please. I'm trying to check my bank account for the giveaway that I'll be doing. Thank you. All right, so our next speaker for this morning is a software engineer, infrastructure and security at Interstellar International. She does not want to share her full portfolio with us so that we'll not leave tech and go and start farming. Okay, so she just said, let's keep it simple. Please put your hands together as we welcome Irene Ophia. Put your hands together for her, please.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I just saw something. I saw a notification as I was about to come said ongoing supply chain attack on composer packages. We just found multiple Laravel language packages compromised. I don't know, Laravel people. But then again, there is a lot of, with the rise of AI and all, recently there have been lots of hacking and supply chain attacks. And I really appreciate the fact that this is coming in very timely. This community day. And I like the fact that it is a builder's experience. And I hope everyone here is a builder. So my name is Irene Ufia. I work as a software engineer, infrastructure and security at Interstellar. And today I'll be speaking on keyless AWS access. So we'll be looking at OIDC Federation and IAM rules. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, let me open from my phone. Why are we discussing this? I just said something around supply chain attacks recently. And we've seen lots and lots of hacks. With the rise of AI, we've seen a lot of vulnerability reports recently. There is one that happened a few months ago where the government, the CAC was hacked, and lots of businesses are now, their information are now on the dark web. So this gives attackers room to be able to get access to your information, and they could use this for social engineering subsequently. And I think the reason why I thought of this session immediately was your product is always as good as your infrastructure at the end of the day. Mr. David talked about having domain knowledge. And I think that deploying apps was better before AI. But now with AI, it's very easy for someone to use AI tools to scan your repositories and get information within 1 second. And let's even go down to supply chain. Now, a lot of people, we use a lot of open source tools, a whole lot of open source tools. How many of us were aware of the Grafana issue that happened 2 weeks ago? Thank you. And these are tools that we use internally in teams for toolings and whatnot. So imagine this packages, open source. So while the slide is loading, how many of us have used AWS to deploy? Why are you doing like this? Are you ashamed? I'm not going to ask a lot of questions. You, thank you. So have you, you've used AWS keys, you've used secrets. Have you used OIDC? No. What about you, please? You've used keys, you've used secrets. That's like the default authentication. Have you used OIDC? No. Have you used IAM roles? Yes. So let's just do this before I move to the next slide. So a few months ago, I think March, there was an issue where Byte to Bridge looked across Remitter's GitHub repository and saw that a developer had committed some AWS access keys into their repository. And they had used that to get access into their S3 buckets. And they saw a lot of Nigerians' identity documents. If you're using Sterling Bank, I am proud to announce to you that your information is on the dark web as of today. So they now have digital footprints of most of these Nigerians. And the fact that some of these keys seems to be like the entry points of most breach, you know. The aim of this session today is to teach you how to ensure that you go all keyless when possible with AWS resources provisioning. I mean, even AWS really advocates for this. If you look and watch most of their conferences, their security team really advocates for this, because it's very possible that maybe you are sending your key and it gets, you know, the man in the middle attack. Someone can intercept it, use it, and start, you know what they do? They use your keys and provision servers that they use for crypto mining. And at the end of the month, you see, like you said, $8,000 bill. You would definitely lose trust in AWS, right? But this wasn't AWS's fault. I mean, they give you, you pay as you go. Next slide, please. So with going keyless, it reduces the risks and the attack surface areas of attackers, and makes it very impossible for people to have access to your accounts. So I will talk about IAM, that's AWS Identity and Access Management. And then we look at what user role and policy feels like. So before I move, can you move me 2 slides from now? The next one, please. Okay, sorry. No, next. Yeah, this is okay. So for those of us that don't know what I was talking about, this is how it says the AWS access key. So when you provision, when you provision an IAM user, it gives you like this access key, secret key. You can use it for CLI authentication. And this is how it looks like, and we will come back to it. So the previous slide. Next. Previous. Something is missing. There was one that showed the IAM user. I was about to explain before I asked you to move forward. Yeah, thank you. So this is it. What does IAM do? It answers 3 questions. Who, what, and how much access that the who requires, okay? So when somebody is provisioning and they say, oh, give me IAM access to your AWS accounts or infra, they give you this access. It could be for user, it could be for apps, and it could be for services. And basically, it's just for identity. And it answers the question, who is asking. And the next thing is the what, the resource. Is it S3 buckets? Is it an EC2 instance? Is it an ECS or Lambda or RDBs? RDS as relational databases. So what do they want, okay? Are they trying to pull data from a particular bucket? And then how much of this What permission do they have? Okay? What permission do they have? Are they trying to read, write, delete, admin? So now if I provisioned an IAM user for Mr. David and I give him an admin right, it means he can do everything, administrative access. He can do everything. He can read, delete, write, and whatnot. Now, what's the difference between a user, a role, and a policy? Now, an IAM user, Mr. David this time, is a permanent identity for a user. It gives him a username, a password, and then gives him the liberty to be able to provision access keys. So it's more like a staff ID, and it belongs to one person unless you delete it. So I usually recommend this for human console logins, never for apps, never for pipeline. But you see most developers, most DevOps engineers, cloud engineers, as the case may be, they do this for apps. They do this for GitHub Actions, but it is very, very wrong. Okay? And the reason why I encourage this for human console login is because at the policy level, you can enforce 2FA. And it makes your account more secure, such that if Mr. David is supposed to log in, you still have like a 2FA to put in an OTP for. So it saves you so that in case his account is hacked, without the 2FA, the person cannot get access. Now the IAM role, a temporary identity. It doesn't have any permanent owner. It only has permission. It doesn't have password. It doesn't have keys. It's more like a badge you give a visitor at, let's say, a zoo, and once they are gone, they don't have access anymore. So it's always assumed, it can be used, and it can be dropped at the end of the day. And I always recommend this for all compute resources. Your ECS, your Lambda, GitHub Actions, Terraform Cloud, S3 buckets, IAM role. Now an IAM policy. This is more like a JSON rulebook. What is allowed or what is denied. So you provision a user or a role, and you give it some, access and give it some rules to follow. The action, the resource, the effects. Can I allow it to read all? Okay, so this user, can the user describe all the resources in my region? Can the user delete? Can the user create? Okay, can it create EC2 instance? Can it create ECS? Can it update a particular existing resource? So is that rule book attached to a user or a role? So a role without a policy does nothing. And I usually recommend, as much as you can, you know, we talk about least privilege most times. I usually recommend scoped policy every time. There are sometimes people provision things and then they do asterisks. We know what that means. Open to all. That's a very wrong practice. So you give it scope down policies. Let's say S3 buckets. I should be able to put objects, delete objects, read. I shouldn't do asterisks. Okay? So, next slide. I mean, these are all good practices we should be following. And that takes us to OIDC, the trust breach. This slide is actually looking very beautiful. You know, Mr. David was asking us what we use AI in our daily workflow. I text to AI. I was able to give it what I needed, and it gave me this. Looks good. So OIDC is an identity provider. You see, when you try to sign into Cloud or any application, and it asks you if you want to sign in with Google, That's the same thing OIDC does. So when you use Google to sign into a third-party application, you are telling Google, vouch for me. And then the app trusts Google, that Google gives me the right information, the name, everything that belongs to this user. And you never give the app your Google password for anything. Google does that leg of authentication. So OIDC does the same thing. It stays in between your app or service and then AWS. So let's take, for example, this is Terraform Cloud or GitHub Action. And then I've configured a provider for it. It could be GitHub, it could be Terraform, OIDC. So what happens is this app sends the JWT to it, and the provider authenticates that, oh, this is actually correct with all what I need. It verifies and grants a temporary role to you to access AWS resources. So it's short-lived credentials. It's not like the static that you provision. Okay, next slide. I'm not seeing the other slide. There is a slide that is supposed to come before this, the one that we went to before, the one that has the secrets. The one that has the AWS key, the one we were looking for initially. Okay. So the difference between that OIDC and this secret. Now, with AWS keys and AWS secrets, except you scope down policies for your keys, that key can stay in your account for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. It never expires. And once stolen, the attacker can just have unlimited access to your infrastructure. You could even use it to provision without your knowledge, and you just keep paying bills. And the thing about these hackers is that they can max whatever they are doing. You would never know. You would think it's just like a normal process. I think something happened to me one time. I used, talking about supply chain, I used Caprova as one project at work. It's an open source tool. And then we used Adminer. We deployed an Adminer. Is it Adminer? I don't know how you pronounce it. English students? Adminer, okay. So, now, that particular server that hosts this Caprova was compromised. It's not because the person had SSH access. The person passed through the Adminer. You know, the Adminer is an open source tool. Talking about supply chain attacks now. The person passed through the Adminer, had access into the server, and then was now using it for crypto mining, Monero, using it for crypto mining. And even when it was flagged, because I do this configuration where I can monitor spikes in server activities. So when I saw the spike, I was worried. I just went to that server and I checked all the containers running, and it was looking okay. The person had done all of this, and I don't know whether he deleted it or whatnot, but it was appearing to be like a system process. I would mistaken it for a system process, but that was a hack. So they cover it up and you never know. So the same thing can happen with this. The attacker has the access, does whatever they want to do, and you never know. And it's very easy to copy. It can even fit into a Slack message, a WhatsApp message, and who knows. And then again, the activities that happen with these access keys is very hard to track. I mean, even if you scrape the logs and push it to CloudTrail on AWS, what you see there would be actions of what these keys have done, but you don't know exactly why or when. Okay, you see when, you see what is done, but then you don't know exactly why and what resources used it to do what it was doing. So that is why the whole essence of all of this talk today, that's what we're trying to replace, trying to create awareness that you should always go keyless. Next slide. Let's go back to our OIDC. Next slide. This is one of the reasons why OIDC is actually very important. So just like we talked about in the previous slide, the app starts a job. Let's say I want to run a GitHub action. Okay, so a GitHub action runs your deploy workflow, or let's say a Kubernetes pod or a Terraform provisioning. So the OIDC token is issued. So GitHub, Terraform, or whatever provider you are using creates a JWT, and it's signed, cryptographically signed, so it can never be faked for whatever reason. Now, AWS checks, do I trust the OIDC provider? Does this token match any IAM role conditions? And if yes, the AWS STS returns a short-lived keys. Most times, these keys are valid for maximum of 1 hour, and they are scoped to exactly what role is allowed. So that temporary credential is created, and then the job runs. You do whatever you are doing. Once it's done, it's auto-expired. There is nothing to rotate. There is nothing to leak. There is nothing to be stored anywhere, and it saves you a whole lot. Next slide. So this is how it looks like. This is one of the identity provider I did for Terraform. And you can see it gives you like an audience. This is the workload identity that provides the STS anytime I run it. So if you go to IAM on your AWS, you should be able to do these configurations yourself. And you could always assign the roles that you need for this. Okay, so if you go to the next slide, after provisioning this identity provider, this is one I did for Terraform. The next thing I have to do is to assign role. Please, next slide. So I come here and I assign role. I allow it access to this provider, Terraform, app.terraform.io, with an assumed identity. You see, you didn't see where I did asterisk. Did you see that? Not at all. So OIDC is not always federated. So that's why they call it OIDC Federation, because it stands between two applications. This is AWS and Terraform. GitHub and GitHub and AWS for GitHub actions and whatnot. Next slide. So the difference is actually very, very enormous. So without OIDC, you can generate the access keys, you copy it into CI/CD env variables, and you hope no one finds it. And you can, if you are proactive enough, you rotate it every 90 days. How many of us rotate our keys? Never. Look at you. You do. But it's actually very, very encouraging to rotate keys. At work, we do it every 6 months. So, sorry, not 6 months, 3 months. I hope my boss did not hear that. Every 90 days. If, for example, there is a breach, just like we're seeing in today's world, anybody can have permanent access. But with OIDC Federation, it's harder, because it's harder for a hacker to gain access, because once you configure your OIDC trust in IAM, there is no key stored anywhere. The token auto-generates per job, and it expires in 1 hour. And there is a full audit trail in the cloud trail. And the breach surface and attack surface is very low, 0. Next slide. So, you know, there was a time a few months ago, over 9 months, when we all wanted to go keyless in my company. There is this user for AWS ACS. So when our CSO was reviewing and he saw that there is still an AWS access key, he sent a long email. I was like, why do we still have AWS access key tied to this user. Now, there are some services within AWS that forces all of these long-lived keys. AWS ACS SMTP is one example. You can't do without it. I don't know if it's better now, maybe, but as of the last time I checked, you can't. Why? Because when I provision, we use Terraform at work, but then when I provision ACS and I pass in a user, it picks the access key, it generates an access key for that user, generates a secret key. Now it uses the secret key that is generated and cryptographically uses HMAC SHA-256. So you have to pass that secret key for it to convert it to a password that you can use. Okay, so you are stuck with the key. But again, we talked about scoping. Scope your policies so tight. Don't do that asterisk thing to this guy. You can just do that raw email policy. Send raw email policy. I mean, that's just the only thing that user is supposed to do. So when these are like non-negotiable, these are the 3 rules you should follow. Remember, we talked about I am rules. Make sure everywhere that a compute is involved, try as much as you can to use I am rules. And scope the key to the absolute minimum, least privilege. Okay? That asterisk is not acceptable anywhere. So you tighten it exactly to whether get, put, delete, list, and whatnot. Even with decryption, okay, I have an ECS task that decrypts my secrets manager keys because our secrets manager is encrypted. So for the containers to be able to run, they have to first of all decrypt it and get the keys at runtime. Don't do that asterisk, no. Try to scope it to a specific KMS key and don't use wildcards. And then your secrets managers try and rotate it, audit it. I see people use .env files, even GitHub secrets. I don't know if people use, I hate, it's not advisable. Never use GitHub secrets. Never use Slack. Secrets managers, we have AWS secrets managers, we have Azure Key Vault. All of these cloud providers have the secrets managers, and it will save you. And always review your cloud trail for unexpected calls from the key access key IDs almost every week. Okay? So that's it. The ECS tax rule, no key at all. The SMTP, where you have key required, scope it so tight, store it safely, and always audit it. Next slide. So this is a to-do for you today, this week, not tomorrow. I don't like when I come here, spend time and talk, and you go back without actioning these things. If you are not a DevOps engineer, when you go back to your team, tell your DevOps guys, I've learned a new thing. Updates day. Tell them. Let them do the right thing. Audit your repos, check your GitHub, wherever you are. I mean, when I saw that bytes to bytes breach or whatever, and I saw that in Remita they had coded their secrets. I was, wow. How do people, Sterling Bank, they build all of this that way? So make sure you check. Because before, it was hard for people to go through GitHub and do all of that. But now, with AI tools, someone can just review it, get everything they need. So you try OIDC on a demo project. if you think it will break production, don't try it, but you can do it on a demo project. And I used to advise people start with GitHub Actions first. Then you can now improve to Terraform and whatever, Kubernetes and whatnot. So AWS is the easiest, GitHub Actions to AWS is one of the easiest entry points. And even the AWS docs have like a 10-minute setup guide. So just do it once. Once it clicks, you can always do it in any other environment. And now that you understand user, you understand role, you understand policy, we talked about a user being permanent and owns credential, a role being temporary and owns nothing. A policy is the rule book attached. So the distinction is very clear and it's the foundation of IAM. Make sure you go back and audit your roles. Any place you did asterisks, please help me. I'm spreading the word. As a cloud security engineer, help me, no asterisks, okay? Try to scope down your policies. It will save you. And again, the best key is the one that never had to exist. If you're still using keys in 2026, turn a new leaf. I'm preaching, hallelujah, somebody. Next slide. So I think that's all. Thank you so much. This is me on LinkedIn. Please follow so we stay connected. Are there questions? No questions. That means I was a very bad teacher. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Elijah Jonah. The question I want to ask is, Elijah Jonah. The question I want to ask is, what if an OIDS token is stolen while it's still active? While it is still active, what if it is a targeted attack?
So the thing with OIDC is that it is federated, okay? If I'm provisioning an identity provider for Terraform, I have to still pick what AWS gives me, go to my Terraform cloud and put it in that particular workspace on that project. It's configured for that particular project. Nobody outside that project can run it. Even two different projects inside the same workspace cannot run it. Okay, so that's it. So aside from it expiring in 1 hour, and I think what you mean is, okay, what if the person is able to describe or get everything within that 1 hour? No, it's not possible. It has to be between two apps, okay, and those two apps have to exchange token. You know the way JWT works. Without a valid token, you can't get something back. Yeah, so that's how it is. There's a question, sorry.
Can you come up? Thank you. Yeah, please come up, please. Thank you. Please come up. All right.
Okay, thank you. I still remain Gabrielito. Okay, Irene, you did a good job for AWS. But I'm actually talking on your code breakdown, the IAM trust policy, when you were looking at it. So the hard coding one space name works great for the single demo slide, but what do you do when a real company scale up hundreds of automated deployments? How do you manage these roles? The hard coding one space name works great for a single demo slide. But I'm saying when a real company scale up to hundreds automated deployment, how do you manage these roles? Do you prefer making separate IAM roles for every single environment to keep them perfectly isolated, or do you use wildcards and tags to keep the code clean and manageable?
Thank you. I think I understand the question. So, can you move to the last where I did that screenshot, if it has the answer, so I explain better? No, next. So let me answer the question. The next, the one that has the AWS console, this thing. So the problem now with, I don't know, people do a lot of deployments, and from all of my experience as a DevOps engineer, I think that having modular infrastructure is very good. In fact, your infrastructure is code. Okay? The same way you have modular codes, you should be able to have modular infrastructures. Why? I give you an example. A few months ago, around 11 p.m. East African time, there was a code red alert, and my TPM woke me up in the night. And they said, there is a problem on one of the projects we manage, and perhaps is escalating, this is that, is escalating, that something is happening. And we immediately took remediation action. What happened was that somebody was trying to access the system. And the good thing is, the resource that it was trying to access, that particular account, has just dev resources. There is no pilots. There is no production. So we manage everything with AWS Cloud Tower, okay? So now imagine everything was inside that environment, that particular account. You see the same way the person was trying to describe dev, would have been able to describe is even like all region, right? Is at the region level. You would be able to get all the accesses. Let's say even if you decide to put dev in US East, pilots in Ireland, it should be able to describe everything, and that person will have like a whole overview of what you want to do, which is wrong, okay? It is good to keep your stuff modular, even with S3 buckets. The other day I was reviewing one of the products I'm working on, and I realized that I only scoped the buckets down to only 2 buckets, which is right, because we have just 2 buckets in that particular project, which ECS should have access to. Anything outside that, it makes it harder. Imagine you are doing like 2-3 projects, and you have like 5 buckets, and you are doing asterisks. So it means you are giving this guy access to even projects that does not concern them at any point in time. So it's very, very important to scope. Even this one, you see the way I did projects, the PAPS infra, this workspace is only tied to this infra. I didn't do asterisks or whatever. It's only tied to that particular, this thing. It's a lot of work, but I mean, good work is what? The reward of good work is more work, my CTO would always say. But good work saves you, it helps you in the future, and that's why infrastructure as code is really, really important, because the way you have your infrastructure as code everywhere, all you need to do is, when you are running it, you know how to pass in the environment, and it creates in which, it knows where to go to when you pass in that environment flag, okay? So I hope that answers your questions. No asterisks anywhere. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please put your hands together one more time for Aaron. Okay. All right, so moving on, our next speaker for this morning is a solutions architect and cloud engineer. As an AWS community builder and 2x AWS certified, she designs cloud-native systems and automation that help engineering teams move fast and stay secure. When Stephanie is not busy being a solutionist, she's head deep in novels, high-value books, or trying out different things. Please put your hands together as we welcome Stephanie Albert. Please put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be speaking at the first ever AWS Community Day for students. And the special thing about the community day is that we are all here to learn, to connect, to grow, and share our experiences. So let me reintroduce myself again. My name is Stephanie Albert. I'm a solutions architect at Transnet Cloud. And today I'll be speaking on three things: how to build on AWS, valuable career skills, and careers and opportunities on AWS. As Mr. David already stated, the cloud has changed everything. Innovation has changed everything. The cloud is no longer limited. I mean, a few years ago, we thought that the cloud was only for big companies, or even before the cloud, if you wanted to launch a tech product, you needed to buy physical servers, networking equipment, and so on, and which were quite expensive. Like, even small ideas required huge capital. But today, it's no longer the case. So before I go into how to build on AWS, I just want to know how many of us are taking a boot camp in cloud computing or cloud engineering or DevOps? How many of us? Okay, yeah. So I recently met someone who told me he was taking a course, a cloud engineering course or a boot camp. But I realized that this person did not fully understand what the cloud meant. I mean, what cloud computing is all about. We all use cloud indirectly in one way or the other, but we don't understand what it is. Majority of us here today, we use platforms like Netflix, Spotify, Slack, Zoom. All these applications are built on AWS, run on AWS behind the scene. So what is cloud computing? The layman would think it's a cloud in the sky, or there's literally a device in the sky that is making everything work. I mean, at some point, we thought that was the case, but that is not it. Cloud computing, I could say, is the on-demand delivery of these IT resources over the internet on a pay-as-you-go model. But that doesn't still really give you the in-depth understanding of what it is. Platforms like AWS, which is a public cloud platform, allows you to use the cloud. So rather than buying the physical servers or owning one, so you can easily go on AWS and rent it, get the IT resources or infrastructure you need, and only pay for what you use. So rather than spending huge amounts of money on physical servers or waiting for months, a long period of time to launch your application in under a few seconds or a minute, you could actually launch your tech product on AWS via your laptop. So what does it actually mean to build on AWS? Today, AWS is currently leading the market, which is unmatchable global infrastructure, offering over 200 services across different fields: compute, storage, DevOps, networking, IoTs, and so on. So whether you're a student, you're an IT professional, or someone that is simply just curious about the cloud, there's actually a place for you on the ecosystem. Most mistakes beginners make at first is trying to overwhelm themselves, trying to master all the services AWS have at once, which is wrong. You don't need to master all the 200 services before you start building on AWS. You can start with the basics. Like, for example, you can start with an EC2, which is AWS Compute Service, or Lambda for Or you could, or you could start with your files, your photos, your images, and it's highly durable. From So as I was saying, AWS, you can start with the basic services on AWS rather than trying to overwhelm yourself or memorizing all the services. I mentioned AWS Compute Service, which is the EC2, and also AWS Lambda, which is a serverless service. You don't need to manage the server yourself. AWS does that for you. All you have to do is just bring your code, deploy your code on it. We also have storage service like S3. S3 is used to save your files, your photos, your videos, and documents, and so on, and it's highly durable. AWS also has the serverless NoSQL database services called the DynamoDB. We have the relational database, Amazon RDS, and so on. My point is, you don't need to wait for, okay, try and learn all the services before you say, I can start building on AWS. Once you have the idea and you know how to use the basic services, then you're good to go. So how do you start building on AWS? You can start with the AWS free tier accounts, which give users about $200 credits and free access to over 100 of their services for free for a duration of 6 months plus. So once you have signed up and you get your accounts up, then you can start building on AWS. And if you don't have any knowledge on how to use any of the services, AWS also has a digital platform called the Skill Builder. AWS Skill Builder has over 100 plus courses on digital, paid and free digital courses with hands-on labs that can help you while you learn the services, also get practical experience on how to use the services, how to deploy on the services. AWS also has a specific program designed for students and educators. So if you want to go deep and learn the services in depth, you can also go to the AWS Educate and learn and also get the badges once you complete a course on it. AWS also has ready-to-use guides, documentations for each of their services. Now, the documentations are not for fancy. Please don't try and run away from them. Don't try to avoid reading documentation. If you get stuck on how to use the services, just go there and read on it. Then once you have basic understanding, you don't need to be a pro. Once you have basic understanding of how to use the services, then you can start building. You don't need to build something complex if you're a beginner, if you're just starting. You don't need to go and build something complex. You can start something small and simple. For example, it can be a movie API or a movie streaming platform or a URL shortener or just hosting your application or website on AWS. You don't need to bring something complex and overwhelm yourself and drown, because if you do that, you'll drown in the process. So before I go into the skills that you need to start building on AWS, let's first talk about career paths. We hear terms like cloud engineer, solutions architect, DevOps engineer, and so on. And most of you immediately feel overwhelmed. You think there are all these big job roles and terms that, oh my God, you cannot even do them. So to best understand these terms, let's imagine we are building a house. Next slide, please. So to better understand the terms, let's imagine you're building a house, for instance. Before you build a house, you need an architect, right? Someone who will design the structure, tell you what material to use, how many rooms you have, and so on. So on AWS, this is the role, or in the cloud in general, this is the role of a solutions architect. The solutions architect on the cloud just basically bridges the gap between business needs and technical solutions. They often answer questions like, what type of services are being used, how to optimize cost, how does the system communicate, how to improve reliability. So they understand what the business needs. Then they provide the technical solutions that meet the needs of the business. So, and most of the skills, you don't really need to have, you don't really need to have a pro skills. You just need to have basic fundamental understandings of the basic skills, and you are good to go. You need to understand the trade-offs of each services. Okay, why can't we use a NoSQL database for a fintech application? Why are we using an RDS for a fintech application? Stuff like that. So to be a solutions architect, you have to have in-depth knowledge of these services because you are providing technical solutions for businesses on AWS. So now, after you have designed your infrastructure, you need someone to bring the design into reality, right? So this is where the cloud engineer comes in. So the cloud engineer just deploys and manages the infrastructure that the solutions architect designs on AWS. It's not something complex. You just know, okay, how to implement the services, how to provision them on AWS, and that's it. So they maintain the infrastructure and the applications running on AWS. Nowadays, you see terms like cloud engineer and DevOps engineer are mostly used interchangeably. Like companies use cloud engineer, and you see another company hiring for DevOps engineer, but the roles are the same. Like if you go through the responsibilities of the roles, they are similar. But that's just because a cloud engineer and the DevOps engineer they almost do the same thing, but not exactly. We know the cloud engineer deploys and manages the infrastructure on the cloud, but the DevOps engineer has to do with software delivery and automation of workflow. But this doesn't mean that the DevOps engineer can't also deploy on the cloud. This doesn't mean that the DevOps engineer can't also build on the cloud. They just develop an automated way for the cloud engineers to easily deploy their infrastructure on the cloud, and also software engineers to deploy their code from development to production. So they build pipelines, automated pipelines. Most of the repetitive tasks that a cloud engineer does, a DevOps engineer comes and provides an automated way to do these tasks. Now, you can't build a house without locks. You can't build a house without gates or proper protection and live in it. That is not safe. This is where the security engineer comes in on AWS. As Irene stated, she mentioned about identity access management, IAM. Everything on AWS runs on, like the IAM is the backbone of everything on AWS. Assigning least privileged permissions to users, to groups, and to services. Not giving them above what they need. So a security engineer on AWS typically manages access controls, takes care of encryption, threat detection, and monitoring. This is to ensure that your systems are very secure, rather than building vulnerable systems. Now, apart from these 4 career paths I've mentioned, there are other career paths like data engineer, network engineer, and now that we're in the era of AI, we have the AI engineer on AWS, because AWS has a full ecosystem where, and the last skill I would advise everybody to know is security. Have basic fundamental knowledge of security. Because nowadays, we are seeing there are lots of breaches and hacking going about everywhere. In order to secure your system on the cloud, or even as a DevOps engineer, to secure your pipeline, you need to you need to be security conscious. You have to have a basic understanding of security, how IAM works, how at least encryption works, both in transit and at rest, and so on. And on the professional side, you need skills like communication. You need skills like documentation. Document everything you do, everything you build, because we are humans. At some point, we'll forget, and you need to make reference to what you did before, and to also help the next developer if he wants to implement or follow. Okay, implement the same thing you did. It helps the next person. So please document everything you do. It helps. Also have problem-solving skill, because a time will come when you work under pressure and you have to think at the spot. Okay, so have the ability to solve problem under pressure, and be consistent in everything you do. Even in days that you don't feel like, most of us, so there are some days we love our jobs, some days we don't love our jobs, but what matters is that we show up every day and we do the things that we need to do. Before I end, because my time is up, let's talk about something really important: certifications on AWS. AWS has 4 layers certifications across various career paths. We have the fundamental, this for people who have no experience deploying on AWS. We have the associates, designed for people with specific paths, the professionals for those who have experience, and the specialty exams, certifications for those who want to go in depth. Now, here's the truth: certifications are good, no doubt about that. They validate your knowledge. They help you stand out during interviews. But the truth is, job market still values practical experience over certifications. Because certifications get you to the door, but what keeps you in the room is experience, your practical knowledge of how you did this thing. You can't say, okay, you study for a certification exams and you pass, but can you deploy, for example, an EC2 instance? You can't. Can you SSH into one? You can't. You just have the base knowledge stored in your brain, but physically doing it, you haven't done it. So what good is your certification when you haven't done any of this? So my advice is, get the certifications, but also have the practical experience to back it up. Don't just have the certifications and keep. It's fancy, yes. People if you have this, if you pass the cloud practitioner one and you post on LinkedIn, you have hundreds of likes in under 1 minute or so. People will comment, congratulations, congratulations. But to actually get the job and to stay in the job, you need practical knowledge. So don't wait for the perfect condition to start building. Don't let fear keep you from building on AWS. Despite the rumors of, for example, cost that people fear about, don't let it scare you away from building on AWS. Being a builder, building is actually a mindset. So stay curious, to constantly innovate and recreate things. Even if you don't have an idea of what you want to build right now, go online. So many people have done so many things. You can literally pick one, try and recreate it in your own way, and deploy it on AWS. So here's my advice. Just start building. Break things, fix things, deploy things, and most importantly, do not underestimate yourself. Don't let fear keep you from building. Because this is, in the world of cloud computing, today, building on AWS is one of like a top tier skill. It helps you stand out among others. So thank you very much for having me, and I hope to see the amazing things you all build in the future.
All right, thank you. Anybody's got questions for Stephanie? Any question? Okay. All right. Please just do well to come up. So. All right.
Thank you very much. My name is Obasi Uchenna, and my question goes this way. So Mr. David earlier spoke about integrating AI into cloud. My question comes this way. What fundamentals should beginners focus on early on in their career, since we know that AI tools now can help to deploy applications and generate setups and the rest? So what fundamentals should we, the beginners, focus on early on in the career? Did you understand?
Yes, thank you. So if you So if you are interested in AI, building AI solutions on the cloud, right? So what are the fundamental skills you should have? Well, like I mentioned earlier, regardless of the career path that you are choosing, the key and fundamental skills that you should have is Linux, networking, scripting, IAC, and security. And AWS has other services like the Bedrock, SageMaker. These are all AI tools that you use to build your AI solutions on the cloud. And if you want to know like in-depth knowledge on the particular services you have, you can easily take a course. Like the AI practitioner exam is designed specifically for beginners who are curious on how to build AI agents on AWS, how to provide AI solutions on them. So, like I mentioned earlier, regardless of you wanting to be an AI engineer, still learn Linux, still know about networking, still know about IAC, because you can also use Terraform or CloudFormation to provision a SageMaker or a model or a Bedrock agent. So also know IAC, also know security. In order to secure that model, that AI model that you are training or building, you need to protect it, right? It needs, okay, if you want it to have access to other services, like maybe you are using an S3 bucket to store your raw data, you need an IAM role for that model to assume to be able to access the S3 bucket. So you need to have a fundamental of security in mind. So I hope I've answered your question. I think another person Another person had a question.
Next person, please.
All right, thank you, Stephanie, for your session, and thank you to Irene for your session. While you were speaking, I had some thoughts in my mind, even though while you made progress, you touched on it, because when you started to speak about the solutions architect role, and then you talked about the network engineer role, and I was like, what's happening here? Because while progressing in my DevOps journey, I was trying to understand what the job requirements are for a DevOps engineer. And when you look at most of the job listings, you find that the requirements cover, the skills of a solutions architect, network engineer, and network security engineer as well. But I want to specifically ask, what are the job prospects like? Because I believe we start somewhere. So let's say I decide to gather some money to get certified as a solutions architect. What are the job prospects like for this role? And maybe I decided to start with a network engineer. What are the job prospects to like before I get to a DevOps engineer that I probably have a little idea that there are several jobs available? Thank you.
Okay, so I think I understand his question. So he mentioned that he wants you have interest in DevOps engineer, but on the job description, you see all this, they have all these security, network, similar roles. Like I said, you can't be a DevOps engineer. You know nothing about networking, you cannot troubleshoot. You cannot be a cloud engineer and you don't know how to secure your system. It becomes vulnerable. As a solutions architect, you cannot, being a solution architect who cannot deploy is not really good. It's not a necessity, but you are a solutions architect who can deploy, who can manage infrastructure is more valuable than one who can't. So all these things help you stand out. I've said it again, the fundamental skill, regardless of the career path you need to know: Linux, networking, security, scripting, IAC. A day in the life of a solutions architect, what do? You meet different clients, with different business needs. You have to sit down and understand their needs. It might be migration from a different cloud provider to another, to AWS. It can be they need an EMR solution on AWS. It can be something different. It can be they want a digitized way of uploading their documents on AWS. And mind you, their files, their documents on ground are raw. No, they don't have it stored anywhere on the cloud. You meet different people with different needs every day as a solutions architect, and your job is to go back and understand their needs. Know each of the services on AWS in depth. They are trade-offs, because there are some services that might sound good for a particular need, but you can't use it. There's a particular trade-off in terms of maybe scalability or reliability. So once you go back, you understand that need, and you provide those solutions for them. You design the whole architectural diagram, come up with the whole costing, and how this solution will be implemented stage by stage, and you get back to them. I'm just trying to help you guys in general. If you want to stand out, because you don't know, even if you are a DevOps engineer and you deal with containers, Kubernetes, GitHub Action, you work with those tools every day. A time will come when this is a networking problem, and you already have the skill. You can easily mitigate it. You can easily solve it. Or if it's a security risk, you can mitigate it easily, because you have this fundamental knowledge of what this is about. These are all baby steps, like stepping stones, foundational steps you need first before you go to the top, before you hit the sky. Let me put it like that. You need to start somewhere. Okay? So learning the fundamentals helps you a lot. Because you don't know where you will need this in the future. If you cannot go and learn DevOps before knowing networking, I mean, many self-taught engineers or DevOps engineers, they do that a lot. And you suffer at the end of the day because you now have to, while on job, you now have to go back and start learning about networking, what IP address is, how routing works. You just know how to provision them, but you don't know how they work behind the scene. So I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
All right, so please let's put our hands together again for Stephanie. Thank you so much. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. It's not everybody that's happy. Don't do that. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. It's only these people that are happy. These people here, you're not happy. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Thank you. All right, please let's put our hands together as we welcome one of our partners, DeepMe, for their talk. Please put your hands together for DeepMe.
Hello everyone, my name is Manuel Ibub and this is Sinen. We are the team from DeepMe. I'd like to take a moment of your time to tell you what we have been building and I have an idea. I have a feeling that you're going to love it. So DeepMe is a social e-commerce marketplace. What that means is we are merging social media with e-commerce, making it possible for you to find buyers and sellers specifically in your region. We are building this because we have reached a point in time where people are beginning to get used to buying things online. E-commerce is scaling at a great pace, and we are getting to the point where people are beginning to order things from abroad, from other states. But there's a high chance that there's someone in your state, there's someone in your city that has the same product for cheaper price, and you won't have to wait as long as 3 to 4 days for it to get to you. That's why we're building DeepMe. So with DeepMe, anyone can create an account, set up a store, post whatever they have, right, the products they sell, and anyone can reach out to them. Another great feature of the app is the fact that if you're trying to find something and it's not available on the app or you can't find it anywhere else, you can create a post, upload an image and say, oh, I want to buy this, here's my budget, this is my location. Then anyone in your region can easily comment or reach out to you inside the app. We have integrated messages, we have integrated voice messages as well, making it possible for anyone, anywhere, to be able to find whatever they want to buy. So if you sell products, physical products, you sell digital products, or you offer services, DeepMe is the place to be. We are 2 months old. We've been able to cross over, we are approaching 400 users, and we plan to scale even bigger in the days to come. Thank you so much. You can head over to our site by scanning this QR code, deepme.com, DEPMI.com. Yeah. We are also, you can also reach out to me on X, manuel.deepme, and our Linktree QR code is going to come up eventually. So you can also join us on WhatsApp. You can also follow our socials. We are trying our best to provide a solution to everybody, making it possible for anyone, anywhere to be able to find what they would like to buy. Thank you very much.
All right, so our next up, we'll be having a panelist session, and that will be handled by Utwak. All right, our panel is ready. Sorry. I'm trying to. All right. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Uduak to handle this session for us. Please put your hands together as we welcome Uduak. Let me call them. I was supposed to say something first. Okay.
All right, so hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hi. All right, so we've had architecture, we've had security, and we've seen some incredible demos, but right about now we want to hear from, the people that are actually doing this thing, right? So for this panel session, the theme is building in the real world, what actually works and what doesn't. Building in the real world, what actually works and what doesn't. And of course, we have amazing people, amazing speakers for this particular session. And the first person here on the list is a software developer here at Kobo Labs. He's the co-founder of PHP Talks. Please, with a warm round of applause, let's welcome to the stage Daniel Mabadeje. Please keep clapping until you get to the stage. All right, the next person on the list is the founder of the Builders Room and TWAP. She's an experienced IT project manager and an early stage startup consultant, helping early stage founders build correctly from the ground up. So she's not going to come up here until you guys clap. Let's welcome to the stage Sarah Ubong. Please keep clapping. Keep clapping till she sits. All right. So the next person is the Director of Operations at Launchpad, the person that's going to be feeding us today. And he's the CTO at Accelerators Ventures, a hands-on engineer and builder whose work has helped train over 2,500 tech professionals. Let's give it up for Joseph Bassi. All right, so the next person is a powerhouse data platform and DevOps engineer, shaping how organizations manage architecture and scale heavy data pipelines. Let's give it up for Abasi Freke Nkanang. All right, let's keep clapping as he comes to the stage. Let's keep clapping as he comes to the stage. Let's keep clapping. All right, so as we said earlier, the theme for this panel session is building in the real world, what actually works and what doesn't. All right, so hello, all right. All right, let's welcome to the stage Joseph Bassi.
All right, thank you very much. So right about now, we're going to be debunking the myths of clean code versus dirty reality. So we're going to be starting from Daniel. So let's start with you. So you're a dev at Covo Labs, right? All right, so you're also leading PHP conversations. And then when you move from writing code locally to deploying it on a live cloud environment like AWS, what is one major standard or convention that people learn in tutorials that completely fails apart or doesn't matter when you are trying to ship a real product on a tight deadline? Should I take it again? All right. So you're a dev at Covo Labs, and you're also leading PHP conversations. So when you move from writing code locally to deploying it on a live cloud environment like AWS, what is one major standard or convention that people learn in tutorials that completely falls apart or doesn't matter when you are trying to ship a real product on a tight deadline?
Okay, can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I needed to waste your time. I was looking for a particular tweet, right? So I'll use that to answer the question. Somebody tweeted one time in the community, said, you don't have one user in your application yet, but you have set up ECS Fagat with 2 availability zones, and you think you are cracked. Your founders will sack you. So what does that mean? I found it really hilarious. That the truth is, I'm not going to call any products here or anything, but we tend to go for the shiny object. We tend to go for the thing that is really popular over what we actually need in our product, right? So because you saw online, I remember when I wrote an article on building a Laravel application and then deploying it to a shared hosting, someone dragged me that you don't deploy Laravel applications to shared hosting. And it was very funny to him because that's what probably saw it on YouTube tutorials that, deploy your application on AWS, on DigitalOcean, or specific high resources. But that's not necessary all the time. The applications that just require you to stay low and remain low. If it requires you to scale, you can scale from there. So I think that's the myth for me. Don't always follow what is there. Follow what you need at that particular time for your own product. Thank you.
All right, don't follow what is there, follow what you need. Thank you very much, Daniel. So we're going to be moving to Abasifreke. So Abasifreke, looking at the infrastructure and data side, right? So people think that data engineering is just writing clean SQL queries, right? But then when you are managing real-world data platforms under heavy load using cloud services like AWS, EC2, S3, or RDS, what is the ugly reality?
Okay. So first of all, I think it's a personal opinion though, right? But I would consider someone that is, let's say, a data engineer or a DevOps engineer as someone that is a manager, right? So on the upside, or someone different, or who doesn't have like the necessary like experience or hasn't been in the field a lot, we think it's more about building and building and building, right? So let's say building one data pipeline, building the next, and all the rest, and that's how you do it. But then if you're hired somewhere as a data engineer and as a DevOps engineer, one thing they expect you to know very well is how to manage these workloads, right? And a key reason for this is to save cost. And I think this is not, they don't usually teach this on tutorials. They will teach you how to transform data, how to pull data from one location to another, right? But they don't teach you how to manage this. What do you do when something breaks, right? What if your company is on a tight budget, $500, and they have a particular product, they want to get it on the cloud somehow, but they need this in there to work for $500 a month, right? So you have to now, as a data engineer or as a DevOps engineer, with your expertise in the field, you know how to build, you know how to manage these different resources as they are. So a typical example is S3. right? So someone might know, okay, I just have to build a SQL query that ships data into S3. But then the person doesn't know how to set up the lifecycle policy, right? So let's say I set up some items on there just that I know I'm not going to be pulling a lot. So I save them there for like a year. It's going to cost me less than keeping them in there, right? And not setting a needed or a good life cycle policy on them. So basically, summary of it all is know how to build, but still know how to manage and build with cost in mind. And I think that's what's going to make you different from a couple of others in the field and kind of like give you that needed distinction that you need.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Do we have data engineers in the house? Data engineers in the house?
Yeah, shy people.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're going to move into Sarah. So Sarah, you deal heavily with early stage founders in the builders room. You see people trying to build their first minimum viable product, that's their MVP. And what is the biggest trap that builders or young professionals fall into when they are trying to scope out a product? And what do you think needs to be stripped away?
Okay, thank you very much for that question first. It's good to be here with builders in the house. So as an early stage startup consultant, I would say one of the major things I've noticed that several founders do when they're currently trying to build is they want to build everything at once. So a minimum viable product, the reason why the minimum is there is to show that whatever you're trying to build, you should actually start with the very smallest version of it, right? So if you're trying to build a product and the first thing you're doing is you are building everything at once, that's not a product, that's not an MVP, that's actually a full-fledged product. So when I see people build products, I like to give them this analogy. If you look at the fly starts from the egg stage before the fly gets to the larva, before it gets to pupa, then adult. However, when building a startup, it's very necessary for you to understand that you don't have to build every feature at once. Start with one thing. Try to understand what you're building. I'm going to also emphasize on one other thing, which is validation. There are several startup founders currently that are building products, but they're not building the product the way the user needs it. So you can be trying to solve a very good problem, but you've not achieved problem-solution fit. Now, what is problem-solution fit? It's basically trying to build that particular problem in the way the user needs it. So you are building it. I'm going to use, I think Depim came here. So I believe that before Depim actually carried out or fulfilled whatever process you guys were supposed to fulfill to build that product, there must have been a validation process that you must have passed through, where you actually, you had to carry out several research, not just the research, but you also had to make sure that in the process of carrying it out, you actually ensure that you're actually solving a painful problem. If your validation does not convert to resource, if people don't pay for anything before you actually launch that product, then you've not completely validated that product. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a warm round of applause for her. Thank you. So right about now, we're going to be transitioning into operations. So Joseph, you wear two massive hats, right? So you're the director of operations at Launchpark, and you're also the CTO at Accelerators. So through your work, you've also been part of developing thousands of tech talents globally. And from an operational and talent perspective, when a product or a team starts scaling in Africa, what is the number one thing that breaks first, right? And how do you fix it?
Okay, so yeah, good day everyone. That question is actually obvious. So the thing that breaks first, I will just go direct. It's going to be your operations, like your management. That's what breaks first. Because let's go back to ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude. Those are AI tools, and in the hands of anybody, in the hands of different people, they serve different things. In my hands, it can just be something I use to maybe play around with my code. Another person's hand is something that the person is using to send a rocket to the sky. So it's all about how well you're able to structure your information, how well you're able to give out these instructions, that defines the productivity of whatsoever you're doing. So if you have a company, you have a business or whatsoever, and your plan is to scale, you need to have that in mind that from day one, this is how I want everything to be. You need, if there is a method, let's say for instance, let's circle to Launchpad. Launchpad we have been running for some time, and basically we know where we are going, and we started like at a certain level where we are getting one order in a day or one order in a week. But we know where we are heading to. That did not stop us from keeping account of delivery times, keeping account of orders that are coming in, making sure that each department, I was basically able to structure departments, say, okay, you're in charge of delivery, you're in charge of the kitchen, you're in charge of this. So everybody knows their clear role, because without doubt, there is a chaos. Say, for instance, you're doing something and this guy is supposed to be the one reaching out to customers to keep them calm. And the engineer is supposed to be the one getting things done at the back. If the guy keeping the customer calm is not there, the customer is feeling that the company is doing nothing. And at that point, at first, if you're starting small, it will not be anything. If you're starting small, it's not going to be anything because you're getting one customer. You're not going to notice it, the time delay. But when you start scaling, when you start adding 2 customers start coming, you get 3, you get 5, you get 10. Now there's going to be a lot of SLA distance. At that point, the customers now start feeling it. You're not delivering my service on time. So if you're not able in day one to keep track of those things, to set up systems that are able to manage all those expectations, then you are not going anywhere. You're just going to fail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. So following up on that, Sarah, so once a tech student builds something that works locally, this for Sarah, once a tech student builds something that works locally, what does it actually take to get real users for that product? And then what works for market traction and what is just noise? Did you get that?
Yes, I did get that. I would say, right, it takes 2 to tango. So what do I mean by that? When you're looking at structure and operations in a startup as an early stage founder, it's very important that you actually understand that structure, operations, they actually fall into 2 categories. So before you can say that you're trying to scale your startup or you're building a particular problem and you're trying to solve a painful problem, but you want to achieve global heights, you need to understand the PCS formula. Now the PCS, the P is the people, the C is the culture, and then the S is the system. So when you're talking about scaling or structure, I'm going to start with people, and permit me, I'm going to use the scripture. So when we look at Nehemiah 4 verse 6, it says that the building prospered because the people were willing to do the work. If you are going into or building a particular startup and you have people with you that are not willing to put in the work, that particular startup is going to crash. So we have good products that are building, good founders building good things, but at the end of the day, who they are building it with are people that do not have the capacity, do not have the strength to build. Now, when it comes to culture, I think so many founders, I believe rather, that so many founders, if I ask like 3 people that actually have ideas currently in this room, you would see that they've not actually done a founder's fit test on themselves. There's something called founder's fit. Now, the question is, are you the right person to build that particular product, right? Why should you be the person to build that product? So from understanding founder's fit, that's when you can now determine how you are going to build culture. So whatever system or culture that you're trying to put in place comes from, or stems rather, from the conception or the understanding that you know what you want to build, in the sense that you have a particular value system that you're moving with, that people comes in and then they see it. I'm going to use a particular startup that actually came to my community, which is a founders community. We had people come in and then they actually launched their product in this studio here. But one of the mistakes that we saw was there were no SOPs on ground, no statement of procedures. So if you are building a startup currently in Nigeria and they are moving with Nigerians, I'm sorry, but Nigerians have coconut head. You need to make sure that you have SOPs on ground, right? So when there is no proper statement of procedure on ground to help these people, when they come into your startup, they just end up acting the way they want to act. Now, systems, I'm going to use what he said. If you are building a startup and you're sitting here currently and you have to press your phone like 7 times, 8 times to check what they're doing, then it shows that there's no proper workflow without you. And if you're building anything without a proper workflow, it's obviously going to crash on the long run. Because any startup that cannot scale without you in the picture, it's already a sign that it's heading to destruction. Now, the last thing I'm going to say is positioning and marketing, right? There are several startups. When you talk about traction, I'm going to use an example that happened June last year. A particular blockchain startup reached out to me, and they said they wanted to push their product. It's a Web3 product. However, he wanted to market, and in trying to market that product to me, he had to make me, get my team members on board. But after like a while, I got money sharp. But after like a while, I got to discover that these particular people are actually a scam product. But why I'm bringing this up is a particular founder joined my community, which is the Builders Room, and we had a call. We have a particular onboarding process, right, where we have to speak to these founders to see what they're building. And he's actually solving a very good problem, but he's solving the same problem that the scammer spoke to me about last year, June. And it's so funny because the scammer understands one thing that I can say that like 5 founders here do not understand: positioning, storytelling, and marketing. If you are building a product currently, and I'm going to say this because I obviously interact with some VCs. VCs do not fund a product because the product is good to some extent. Even if your product is good to some extent, the major reason why they're going to fund that product, majority of the time nowadays, they fund a product based on hype. So if you cannot properly position, properly understand your story, properly know how to target, when you're thinking about GTM strategy, you have to think of, how am I going to go to the market, right? Who are my ideal customers? If you come to me and you're telling me you have a startup, blah, 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 the first question I'll ask you when you're about to scale to post-GTM is, who are your ideal customers? So if you cannot tell me who your ideal customers are, then it's already a sign that you're already heading towards doom when it comes to marketing. Because in marketing, you don't market to the whole persona. You just market to an ideal customer profile. So if you have a startup here and you want to scale that startup, what I'm going to tell you is understand your story. Understand your story. Have a clear GTM positioning. What is your unique selling point? And know your unique proposition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. So this question is for Daniel and Abasifreke, but we'll start with Daniel. So let's talk about the ecosystem tools. So there is a lot of hype around modern tech stacks, serverless, and AI tools right now. In your respective domains, that's for you, Daniel, that's software development, how do you evaluate if an AWS service or a new framework is a genuine solution that works in production, or if it's just a shiny distraction that will drain your budgets? Did you get that?
All right, thank you very much for your question. But before I do that, I want to, once again, I see my Oga here, Irene, Mrs. Irene. Please put your hands together for her. All right, so I'll just take it like this. What would be my strategy for you? You said in a short time, right? In a short time. So first of all, I expect that if you have a very good strategy, you try as much as possible to not put yourself in a position where you have to do things quick, right? I mean, as a startup, you have to actually move fast, but as much as possible, first and foremost, try as much as possible to have an early strategy that you have in place, for your technical stuff, right? So that's why you have leads, technical leads, discussions where you've already mapped out what, your roadmap is going to be technically, right? For your applications and all of that. Now, when you are now getting to production, moving things to production and all of that, the first thing you are meant to ask yourself is, what are the pain points? You are not talking about products in this case. You are talking about pain points. You are not suggesting an EC2 instance because that's what people use. Why do I need an EC2 instance? You understand? So you have to actually properly define what are your pain points first. After defining what your pain points are, the next thing is, what's our cost? Because the truth is, before you even go to the product, you need to know what's the cost to do something, and what's your own budget. What's your own budget? When I mean budget, not just marketing budget that you give to startup founders and all of that. I'm talking about what's the cost to actually move this into production. Assuming you are going to scale later on, assuming for some reason we have 1,000 users, active users at an instance, how do we manage that quickly, right? Those are the things that you need to put in place. I think another thing that I would say you should do, this is for people who are actually established, but I think the most cost-effective thing to do is actually hire a DevOps engineer. There's nothing beats experience. Even if you do not have, I've worked in companies where DevOps engineers have saved the company $15,000, $20,000 worth of server cost and all of that. Simple things like even moving someone from one server to another server just to mitigate cost at that particular time, right? There are some other things that is either experience to teach you or experience to teach you. What do I mean? Is that you experience it on the spot, or someone who has experienced it before can direct you on that, right? I've also worked with organizations where we've had security breaches, and all of this is due to negligence, and not necessarily negligence per se, but more of a skill issue, more of things that if you had actually taken out that money that you felt like was too much to hire somebody with experience in this field, right, you would have saved as much money. Because I'm telling you, like, there was one that, close to $1 million was like missing, right? So that's all I could say about that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. How about you, Abasifreka?
Yeah, so can I?
The question?
Yeah, the question.
All right, so there's a lot of hype around modern tech stacks, serverless and AI tools right now. So in your respective domain, how do you evaluate if an AWS service or a new framework is the genuine solution that works? Or is it just a shiny distraction that would drain your budget?
Okay, I think this is a very interesting question. And I believe every single, developer here has maybe come across this. I think it's very popular here in the tech space, right? So when you lady something comes new, right, you have your manager pinging you. Can we switch from this to this? This was just released. This looks nice, and I think we can do this. And this is what the stakeholders want, right? But then there are a lot of details to that, and there are a lot of factors, right, to put into consideration. And I think a typical example, let's say outside of AWS, is I think when we initially had Docker, right? And all we knew at that time was I'd have a Docker image, I put that in a Docker container, that's my application. But then all of a sudden Kubernetes came out, and it was very popular. The boom of Kubernetes was very popular, right? And then at that time, almost every company, even a small startup, was like, yeah, can we migrate? I'm hearing about Kubernetes, how it can manage different, you don't even need to think about the Docker containers anymore. You just have a Kubernetes cluster, and you just put it in there, and they talk about scalability. And then if the developer, if you want to keep your job, you just have to listen, right? Because you don't want to be fired for little things like this. But then I would say, when it comes to AWS, I think the first rule, I think the best thing you can do is, or if your startup or your company can do, or if it's something personal, try to request for a demo for that AWS service. I think AWS, I've had a whole lot of experience with AWS. Their customer service is, I think, one of the best if you compare them with Azure and the rest, right? So for every service available out there, so a typical example is, I was working somewhere and they had an on-premise data warehouse, and they wanted to migrate to Redshift that's serverless, right? And one of the first things I think my technical manager at that time said was it possible for us to request a demo from AWS directly? A company wants to start using Redshift serverless, so let's request a demo from them, let them give us information, those things that you wouldn't see in this shiny blog post that they make, that this was just released, and yeah, you wouldn't see those things there. It's only those that work with those tools, that push out those tools, that can give you the necessary information. And these are the little things that can help you navigate the cost factor of it all. Because if you don't know some things, right, relating to how a particular AWS service works, you won't on your own be able to migrate. How do you make the cost of whatever you're doing or however you're using their tool less than what it should be? So the first thing is, or the best thing at any point in time for you to do is try to request a demo. Even though if it's not an AWS service, whatever service it is or tool, if it's possible or if there's a way to request a demo for that product, for that service, that's the first step to take, right? But then in situations where you don't have that opportunity, right? Because there are some of these gated projects and products, they only like provide demos if you're a big name in the field, right? So if you're not a big name, they're gonna delay and delay and delay and delay. They won't respond to you. It happens, right? So if you're in that like kind of situation, right? The first thing you need to do is you have to, first of all, if it's a situation where you're trying to migrate to something else, so you have to first of all research, compare what you're initially using, right, and what you intend to switch to, right? So that comparison is going to take into account the cost. It's going to take into account the people on my team, the knowledge that they have to manage the set tool or service, right? Because before migrating to something, you need to know how to use it. You need to know if something happens by 2 a.m., they wake you up from sleep, something has broken, an app is down, users cannot access, please hop on, check, there's an issue. You need to have the knowledge to be able to go in and check all that is needed, right? So once you do that comparison, without anyone telling you, I think that's, without anyone telling you too much, you're going to have the necessary details or information to provide, if it's a personal project, to provide for yourself and validate the reason why you went for this too. But if it's, let's say, you're working for a company, to provide to the stakeholders and be safe, right? To be like, these are the reasons, or these are my talking points. If you know those days when we are doing debates, when you come out and do debates, you have to provide your reasons. If not, your opponent will finish you on there on the stage, right? So these are the things that are going to give you the necessary details that you have or that you need to convince anyone, if it's personally, or convince anyone on your team, your manager, or anyone you're working with, that this new service, although it's shiny, is actually better and in a better position to help us as a company, as a team, for this particular product.
All right, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. All right, so to wrap this up, we're going to be going back to a few years. So imagine a younger version of you is sitting at the audience right now. A younger version of you is sitting at the audience right now. What is one thing they should start doing today to prepare for the cloud and the real world of tech? And what is one thing they should stop doing immediately? So this is just going to be 15 seconds for everybody. And we're going to be starting with Sarah. I'm going to take the question again. So imagine a younger version of you is sitting at the audience right now. What is one thing that they should start doing to prepare themselves for the cloud? And what is one thing they should stop doing? So 15 seconds.
Okay, I would say that, and I think I'm not just going to be speaking to a younger version of me, but a younger version of every founder in this room. I would say if you have an idea, you have something that is on your heart that you want to build it now. The best time to build was not yesterday, it's now. If you are looking for capital, you're looking for funding, before you start thinking of funding, ask yourself, are you venture ready? If you are also trying to scale your startup, please try and understand public speaking skills. I believe I'm speaking to devs in this room, and I think one of the major issues I've seen with devs is that they don't have public speaking skills. So please and please take it serious. Thank you.
Thank you. 15 seconds.
I have more than one thing to say. Okay, I would say, as a developer, read the docs. Very important, read the docs. As a younger version, I would say, still get a mentor. Still get a mentor. There is so much information out there that you can be misguided. So much. So as much as possible, try to get someone that puts you in a direction. That's it. So what would you not do? Don't listen to everybody. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. 15 seconds.
Okay. So for me, right, for someone new trying to get into the cloud, right? As Daniel has said, yes, you need to understand whatever you want to get into first, right, before you get into it. And then I think another advice, you wouldn't necessarily see it out there, is have money. I wouldn't say a lot of money, but at least, because it's not free, right? As a developer, I can build a product, right? I can build it on my laptop. It doesn't cost me a dime, right? It's only when I need to deploy it, and then that's like the cost of whoever is hiring me to do it. So if, let's say I'm working for a company, I'm at my own cost, I don't really spend a whole lot of money. It's the company's money that is spent on deploying. So if, let's say, I want to get into the cloud, right? Beginners might think, oh, okay, I have this application. I want to try to get some cloud-related stuff into my CV. So let me just host this somewhere, and they will look at AWS EC2. Let me put this in there, and when I put this in there, I put it in my resume. I have AWS experience and the rest. But they don't know that cloud is not free, right? It's not. It doesn't give you that safe space that you have on your laptop, where you don't incur any cost. If you do something, at least it doesn't affect everybody. Cloud is not like that, right? So the best thing I'm going to say is have money, and kind of like I'm always moving around the cost aspect. So also know the cost involved for any like cloud service or product or whatever that you're trying to use. Sorry for taking a lot of time on that.
What you should stop doing?
Yeah, what you should stop doing is don't follow the crowd, right? Try to ingest certain information, dissect those that you don't need, you weed it out, right? And then you move on. Don't take everything as the truth. Investigate, know what the real case is. Because there are some products that advertise themselves, they will say this, but then when you go deeper into them, right, you're going to notice security issues and the rest. So if you just took them at their word and, this is the product, the best product in the market, then you're gone for. That's the thing.
Thank you. 15 seconds.
Okay, so so I'll start with what I'll do, and this one is not for me because I'm already doing it, and I've been doing it for a long time. It's for every other person. What I'll not do is to follow. There is a lot of noise, like a lot of noise online, a lot of noise generally, and that's what I'll avoid to do, to follow the noise. So if you go online and then you're seeing someone 16 years and you're looking at yourself 28 and you're seeing the person telling you that he hosted one app on AWS and funding came in $20K and you're sitting down tired of your own life. So that is it. You don't need to follow that noise. You don't need to see what's like. You need to be encouraged by what's happening, but not be triggered. So try to pace yourself also and say, I'll get there. And decide to take that time to get to that point. And what I would do, my younger self, is I'll move out. Like, I was that person that always waits for the right opportunity. I feel that, I've not gotten it very good. It's not well good. It's not something that should go out. So that was me. But I think that 7 years ago, if I had maybe make a move, just say, okay, you know what, let me put this thing, like they said, MVP. Let me throw this thing out there and see what people say. Let me get feedback. I feel it would be more measurable than having to wait till everything accumulates. You want to sit down, lock in, and come back 7 years. You lock in and then you come back nothing to show for. So it's better that you're locking in and also pushing out what you're doing in private, just to make it out there so that people also see and people can test and you get feedback. And don't defeat anybody or this or that. The Lagos guys, when they are applying for funding, the way those guys cooperate, the way they would take themselves up, rent a space, make it an office space, and you come now, you'll be shaking them, not knowing they rented that space for that day. You need to package up also as a founder. You need to package yourself or package your business. Invest in branding, invest in marketing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, so to everyone listening to us, I'm pretty sure you've heard amazing things from our panelists here. So I'm just going to be opening the floor for those that have questions. So if you're here and you have any questions, you can just raise your hand. Do we have any questions? All right, great. Okay. All right, over to you, Uduak. You can come up on stage.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I have a question. It's basically more like a simple question, but it's not looking simple to me. And it's based on what you said about mentorship. So I have a skill. I have something I want to learn. Yeah, let me not say a skill. I want to. What do they call it? Is it upskill? So, and now I know basically I have someone I'm looking up to that I can learn that thing from very well, more like a mentor, and I have to pay, to get his time and everything so that I can learn it from him. Now, I also know I can learn that on YouTube. I can also find a way out. So I want to know, because I've been confused. I want to know what's the should I say, is it specs, or what is in mentorship that I can get? I just want to get, I know some, but I just want to get your own view, basically also. So what's that thing I can get from mentorship that basically is different from what I could have done, maybe learning from YouTube? Take note of the fact that also I can pay for it. Yeah. So that's just my question.
All right.
Okay, I think other people have answers as well. First of all, sorry, you've gone over. I wanted to ask you, throughout the time that you have been learning on YouTube, has there ever been a time that you have still been confused about a particular topic? There has been. So the thing is, there's so much scattered knowledge on YouTube. I'm not trying to water down YouTube, right? But there's so much scattered knowledge on YouTube that you need some form of direction. You understand? Most times, someone says they want to be a web developer. There are many ways to be a web developer right now. Many, many ways. You can do WordPress and be a web developer right now. You can do Next.js or JavaScript and be a web developer. You can do PHP and be a web developer and other things, right? So the reason why you're having a mentor is to give you clarity and direction. And there's a difference between a mentor and a teacher. You understand? A teacher will teach you for a period of time with a curriculum and everything. For me, I see mentorship as a lifetime thing. That even at any time that I have any difficulty, I have mentors who, at any time, I just reach out to them that, oh, I have this issue, this is what and then we'll sit down and look at it together. You understand? Right? That's different from a teacher. A teacher is meant to, guide you from, 0 to hero, in quotes, right? But a mentor is different. And I'll give you a real life example of where mentorship helped me. I started software development since 2018, right? And there was a period in my life that people were telling me, PHP is dead. Go and learn Deno.js. Go and learn, there were a lot of JS frameworks that came out then. There was Vue.js, there was a framework of a framework, Nox.js. There were a lot of frameworks, and they were like, this solves all the problems I can ever think of. And I was telling my mentor that time that, this is what they said, though, that I should leave PHP for you guys, go to Next.js. And he told me, no, I should stay where I am, right? Today, you can use PHP to build mobile apps. You can use PHP to build desktop applications. You can even use PHP in AI right now. So all the things that we're talking about, and just to even make it worse, sorry, this is like pride, right? There are a lot of packages now that are affected, right, that have security breaches. The software developers, you can agree with me here. There are a lot of packages that have software breaches that are JS packages, right? So, yes, Jan, right? So, though this is not shade to JS, it may be. But my point here is, this is where mentorship, helped me. I could have followed the crowd, and probably I may not have been where I am today. You understand? There are other ways too that mentorship can also help you. I'll also leave it so that. Thank you.
Okay, so I think one thing I'm going to add there is discipline, right? So I don't know, how many of you here have been to or have, let's say, done a course, let's say, through HNG? I don't know, maybe a lot of you here will know HNG, right? So personally, I'm speaking for me. I would say, a lazy person. I wouldn't say lazy, but let me put it, I procrastinate a lot. My friends know that if if you give me something to do, right, I'm going to procrastinate. I'm going to lazy around. But then, if you want to compare you learning by yourself, right, and then comparing it with you getting into let's say paid programs like HNG, one thing you're not going to get from learning by yourself really well is discipline. And what do I mean by discipline? Discipline by learning this, I learned this, let's say I build a weekly plan for myself from learning from YouTube, right? I know that weekly plan is going to involve watching videos, doing this, and doing this. But then, how do you enforce what you have learned? Now, one way of enforcing what you have learned is what? Is doing practice projects. But then, you yourself, how would you push yourself to do the practice project? Because if you reach certain levels and you're learning certain tools, you reach the time to do the mini project you're supposed to do. You just started it and then you just hit one issue you could not fix. And then all of a sudden it's like this career that you entered into, you should have left it and go and do farming. Because you think it's easier. But then being in a learning program, learning under someone, a mentor or even a teacher, someone that is good, gives you that discipline. Because by the time you learn something, right, you have a certain deadline. I need to put in this project. So you know there's someone else apart from you, right, that is interested in what you are doing. And that is what will push your body to try to put in the necessary efforts to enforce whatever you're learning. Because if you're learning by yourself, it's just you on your own. And maybe if you personally, you have let's say a better system, right, you're better than me in terms of when you put your mind into something, you can do it. Working on learning on your own will work for you. But for most of us, it's good to have someone, that person beside you. That can be a mentor, that can be a teacher, right? That can also be a group of people, right, in a period of time for a given course, let's say HNG. And then these things, these factors, all these people in place are going to help you be more disciplined during your journey and even to give you more ways to connect with people, right? Because another way you can move better or I think have a better career is knowing a lot more people doing what you're doing. So if you're learning from YouTube, you won't really have a whole lot of access to those people. But then if you and let's say 3 other guys were learning from a given mentor or are mentees of a given mentor, you know those 3 guys for life. So those might be the 3 guys that might put you into opportunities, give you referrals to gigs and all the rest. So it's not all about learning. You have to also think about let's say the soft traits or characters or attributes that it gives you, discipline and the rest, and being more committed into whatever you're doing, and then social connections, etc.
I just have one quick thing to add. We know about, I don't know her name, sorry, but I know you guys are trendy and you guys should know her. So this lady is a Akwa Ibom lady that cooks. What's her name? Hilda Basti, right? Okay, so Hilda Basti did a training one time, said Hilda Basti school, come and learn how to cook. Do you think that the people that went for that cooking training, Hilda Basti knew more than them? Hilda Basti was training at that period and she ran that class. The people that went there didn't go because they don't know more than Hilda Basti, but they went there with one thing I said before, branding. So branding is very important to you as a person. How does that work? You know that this person has the name, has the visibility, has the connection more than you. And you can easily just reach out to this person and say, okay, mentor me. And when this person mentor you, it's opening doors to his own connection. So you're now directly or indirectly having his own connection. You already have a stepping stone to get your gigs from, whereas some of us that started from scratch, we are still looking for gigs now. So that's the thing. I know a lot of people that just started. When I was starting, I remember maybe I took some of them in a class, and I'm seeing your picture somewhere. I'm like, whoa, I was the one that taught you. That's the advantage. They knew what I didn't, and that's why I always say what I didn't do before now was actually just sit there thinking that, oh, I'll do it. Let me take time. Let me take time. But people that knew better knows that this connection, you need to make the connection, you need to leverage opportunity, and that's how you do it. Reach out to the mentor, the right mentor that has the brand identity that you want to be under for some time, so you build yours. That would give you a stepping stone to start something. Thank you.
All right, I hope your question has been answered. All right, thank you. Okay. All right.
Okay, so I'm just going to add something that I think so many of them did not add, which is roadmap. Having a mentor gives you access to a roadmap to follow. So if you start out as a web developer, you have someone who started out as that, and then you also know what exactly am I supposed to learn next. There are so many people that are learning several skills, and then after learning that skill, they don't know what they are supposed to learn next. They don't know what would actually position them well. But having a mentor, I'm going to use my own example because I started out in PM, so it was really difficult to actually see someone doing IT project management. So having a mentor helps you go through all the phases that you have to, you then know that, okay, I don't need to just learn only project management. I need to understand UI, I need to understand the GitHub, I need to understand the repo, I need to understand how the cloud works. So having a mentor removes a lot of, should I say, hidden knowledge gaps that you may not know, and gives you an edge. So you have a roadmap to follow. So after you're done learning web development, you know that, okay, the next thing I should learn is this other part.
All right, thank you very much. I have a question, but because of time, we'd have to leave, because I keep hearing, have a mentor, have a mentor, have a mentor. It's not like we just walk up to these people and like, hi, I need you to be my mentor. So how does it work for people that are very clueless and they don't really have connections like that?
So I'm going to answer that question, yeah, because I think I've had opportunities to have mentors that I don't even expect that I should have. I think one of the hidden things about mentorship is majority of these people that you're looking up to, they're also looking for somebody to actually pour knowledge into. So if you get close to them, you realize that majority of them, they're also looking for someone that they can hold their hands. But all they just need to see is just your commitment and dedication. So there are people that have been opportune to have them and speak to them in my field, and not just my field, but in also other areas. And the only reason why they were able to grant me that opportunity was because they saw the level of commitment. So you can actually start approaching them by acknowledging the work they do. You can't say you want to, have a mentor, and then they are holding a particular session. You've not paid to join it. You've not posted the flyer. You've not done anything. They see these things, even if they are big, 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 they see the little things. So having a mentor also, for you to reach out to them, just be committed. And then when you reach out to them, don't reach out immediately with mentorship, please mentor me. If you come and meet somebody and tell him, please mentor me, how many people that want to mentor? So I think majority of the things I've seen so many youths fail at is they go from the angle of mentorship instead of going from the angle of humility and going from the angle of I want to learn from you. See, I just want to observe what you're doing. I really appreciate what you're doing, sir. I've followed you for a while. I've seen what you've been doing. I saw how you handled this particular session. I saw how you did this. You spoke so well. I think there was a time I had to interact with, let me just leave the name, but the only thing I told him was, oh, the way you handled that session was so beautiful. Like, they want all these things, but we feel that maybe we are whining them. Whine them if you want to whine them. Sorry to say that. But whine them if you need to whine them. But the last thing you should ever do is go and say, please, can you mentor me? They will be the one mentoring you without you even knowing. Mentorship does not need to be defined before it's mentorship. You can actually have someone that you can reach out to. They can guide you. They can help you, even when you're looking for finances. But they will never tell you, I'm your mentor. But you know that what they are playing as a role is the role of a mentor. So just go as someone that is seeking knowledge, not someone that is looking for a mentor.
Sorry, I'll hurry up. I'll hurry up. Yeah, just one more thing. So there was a friend. His name is Samuel Ahmed, right? He's a designer, and he started with mentorship actually, right? He reached out to one of our senior colleagues, Savio, right? And I think even Ekpe is there, Maoga. He reached out to people like that, and sometimes it doesn't have to be direct, where you're just like, okay, can you be my mentor? It could just be as little things as, what are you designing? Let me help you out. And there are even platforms now like ADP List, where you can find mentors that you don't even know about, right, that actually want to mentor you. So those are the things I want to say. Thank you.
All right.
So I just wanted to add one thing that which she said already, and that is the fact that you don't choose a mentor chooses you. So you don't just, a mentor watches what you do, how you behave, how you do, does it fit well in his own lifestyle, does it fit well in his own cycle, and invite you in. So you don't just sit down and say, I want Otedola to be my mentor. It's Otedola that will pick you up to be a mentor to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You don't choose a mentor chooses you. Thank you so much. So I'm Uduak Etsuk, and thank you very much for this session. Thank you so much.
All right, so moving on. Please, we have a timer by your left. So when you're joining the conversation, just be sure to not eat into other people's time, please. Thank you. So our next session is a workshop session, and it will be facilitated by Mfoniso Pabio. Mfoniso is a systems architect and consultant focused on blockchain protocols and full stack development with a background in computer engineering. He specializes in building scalable infrastructure and high performance cloud application. Please put your hands together to welcome Mfoniso. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome. So I might not need this mic because this is going to be a workshop, right? Hands-on. This is going to be a workshop, hands-on, right? And I'm going to be writing a lot of code. So, I don't know, network is disturbing a little. It's coming up. So, while it comes up, today I'll be talking about automating, containerizing and deploying backend applications on AWS. My name is Mfoniso Pabio, and I'm super glad to be here today. Now, we've heard a lot of speakers talk about AWS, talk about scaling on AWS, IAM access, roles, skills, stuff like that, right? But I am here to actually use the AWS, to actually deploy an application on AWS.
All right, so network is taking time to connect, so he has to go back and sort that out. He will come up soon. But let's take our next speaker, our next speaker is a crypto trader and blockchain educator. So please put your hands together as we welcome Victor Eyang. Please put your hands together for Victor Eyang.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So in Web3, we say GMGM. GMGM, guys. I'm Victor by name. Most of the internet know me as Sky Remedy. I'm a growth lead for Fleek Prediction Market, and I'm a very well-known ecosystem builder. Today, I will be talking about from smart contracts to scalable systems, building Web3 infrastructures with Amazon Web Services. Today, I had some speech already written out clearly, but after hearing the first speaker, the second speaker, and the third speaker spoke, I actually need to revamp on what I wanted to talk about. So building a system is not only for developers. So we have other people, other skills, other positions like the BD, the growth lead, the community managers, supporters, and everybody around the ecosystem. But what I was hearing today was all around technicalities. So I know most of us here have heard what is being spoken, but not all of us understand what we are actually talking about here. So what I'm going to do for you today, right now, is to be what AWS is for Web3 products for you. I'm going to make you understand how AWS actually works on the blockchain. So I think let me start with a question. For those of us here that have used an application and the time you needed it most, it crashed. Maybe a Web3 application, maybe a wallet address. Can I just see your hands up? You were using, good. You were using an application and it crashed. So that is not just the application itself crashing. That is their web services or whatsoever space that they are hosting their product crash. So now Web3 is very powerful, but blockchain can do everything, but can't do everything. So Web3 is very powerful, which we have blockchain, a decentralized economy, but blockchain itself cannot operate on itself. It needs a very good web services. And today I'll be giving you details why you should actually go for AWS, why you should actually use AWS cloud services. So firstly, let's talk about the web ecosystem. We had Web 1, which is all about read only. We had the blogs, we had website that you just go in just for just to read news, entertainment, watch movies, without getting to interact. Now we had Web 2, which are platforms like social medias, which you can actually read, understand, interact, ask questions, and get replies. Then we now come into Web 3 now. Because I've been hearing all the speakers, they were talking about, that's what I'm actually going to look out in my thing. So firstly, what AWS actually helps us to do is host our application, not just locally, but help us host it globally. So like I said, many of us wouldn't have understood what we're actually talking about here, but I'm here to actually break it down. Now, AWS also helps scale with your users. So I was speaking with engineer Mfoniso not quite long ago about our issue that we encountered on our company. So I'm a growth lead at Fleek, and initially when we joined, I joined the product, there were around 500 to 1,000 users, and the product was doing very much okay. We now took the marketing to Nigeria. we got exponential growth. Around 34,000 users now come on board. But what happened during this time? We had so many crashes around our product. Sometimes the website will go blank. Sometimes, like, things happen. Transactions are not actually going through. A whole lot of things happen. All this was because of our cloud services. So at a point, I was not very okay around it, because it's not good to have many users coming on board, active users, and the next thing is the application is misbehaving. So if the application misbehaves, you don't just lose your users, because this is a decentralized ecosystem. You are not the only prediction market around, right? You are not the only product selling that. But you need to make your product nice. You are not losing your users. You are losing your credibility, your integrity. Even you as a user, that you are working for the product that is crashing up and down, left, right, and center, people will start doubting you. Be like, if you refer any project to the person, be like, this thing that always crash every time. So yes, that's actually true. So you don't actually need blockchain to run these things for you. Blockchain cannot do that. A maximum of 4, 5, 6 people making transaction on the blockchain directly without the help of a cloud services, which is AWS, for example, which is the most used and the best efficient, you will actually be in lumber. So what really happened, so that for understanding, so we catch up together, what really happened is that our cloud services wasn't expanding this, the bandwidth as more users come in. I spoke with Engineer Mfoniso, and he let me know that when we moved over to AWS, the more user came in, the more the web services actually expands and give more bandwidth, thereby charging you at the end of the month. But some of the web services are not actually working like that. You actually need to go and upgrade, and sometimes it takes more tedious work around, turning off the whole product for a whole day, redeploying the back end and all of that. It actually takes so many things to do. So that is one of the things that AWS Cloud is very good. And fourth point is secure your keys and secret. I think Irene, I'm very sure, spoke about it, using the new, I'm not familiar with the technical team. So I think I know of a personal means by which cloud services secure private keys. So they have this a particular way by which they actually secure all your details through cryptography, and it is very hard to actually compromise your identity. So when you are actually logging on to the product, many of the products, if you are hosting it directly on the blockchain will not recognize you. If you are going there, you are going to be authenticating every time. But what happens if you use a cloud services? If you are using a cloud services, what will happen is when you go on, if your cache are still there, you are able to, the products will be able to identify you. You'll be able to make transactions. You'll be able to see your past records, what you have been doing on the particular product, and everything. Fifth reason is running your backend 24/7. So one of the reasons many people are using the cloud system is running your backend 24/7. Most of us here have vibe-coded products that we only run on our terminal. And when we want to shut down a laptop, or if your laptop is plug and play, like my own, when NEPA takes light, you know it's gone. So, so what really helps here is that the cloud system runs your product, your web app 24/7. And I think the best part of it is that AWS has a free plan. So if you are actually testing your product, you want to push out products, for those of us that have very good ideas and have actually vibe coded good product and you are running it on your terminal, it is very bad, to be very honest, because my laptop battery health actually dropped from 98% to like 89. because of running nodes and running back end. So this is one of the things we are actually going to take back from this conference, and know that running your own back end with your terminal is not very good. You can always have a free tier on AWS and deploy your products. So lastly is delivering real-time updates. And this is one of the best parts which most of us don't know. Like I said, you have, for example, traders in the Web3 ecosystem. You have to click on a particular trade. Let me just give an example. For example, now Polymarket is here having a very big lag in their trading infrastructure. If you click on to buy a particular market at, let me say, 20 cents, you will actually end up buying that particular market at 30 cents, because the time by which these their cloud services transfers the data to the back end, to the blockchain itself, it's more longer and it takes time. And the more users are clicking that same thing, it can lag and it can cause the whole site to crash. So let's take a look at like real life experience and how Web3 blockchain is being held by cloud services. So a Web3 app is like a restaurant. Let me use a restaurant as a case study. So we have the kitchen, which is the blockchain. So the blockchain runs transactions, it approves transactions on its own to the wallet address that you have actually injected and every other thing. So this is where the real world happens. Smart contracts cooks transactions. Nobody eats there. Okay, now in the kitchen, most of us know, outside our Nigerian kitchens, for those of us that are from Canada like me, yes, I'm from Canada. For those of us that are from Canada like me, we don't actually eat in the kitchen. So when the food is being prepared, everything is being done in the kitchen. This is the blockchain being actually executing all this data. Whatever you are doing on the let me say front end of a website, it is not you interacting with the blockchain, right? That is the cloud services actually sending commands directly to the blockchain to help you execute those things faster. So now we now have the restaurant itself. So the restaurant is like the front end. So the front end now is the buildings, the tables, the water, the electricity, and everything. So without this, the best food in the world cannot be served to people. For example, we have a kitchen over there, and this is the restaurant. What happens is that waitress will actually bring the food out here and serve to you guys, and get your orders back to the kitchen, and also do the same thing, give it to the other guys, and tell them what you want. That's exactly how the cloud system actually wants. When you press that you want to buy Bitcoin at $1,000, that is not the blockchain initially. When you click on buy, that is when it sends the information to the blockchain and executes the smart contracts. Then the coins actually comes and appear on your wallet. So this is where the magic all happens. It happens on your front end. And what is powering this front end is the cloud system. And also we talked about real-time traffic. For those of us that did a lot of tapping on our phone 2024, I know that at least 90% of us here did that. So what happened is that those guys were really using a whole lot of bandwidth, because for each tap-to-earn apps, we had over 300, 400,000 users, basically 80% from Nigeria, had been there. So we had what we call leadership boards. You guys check maybe every hour or every activities you guys perform on their different apps, even on the different current leaderboard in maybe any trading company or any application that is hosted on the blockchain. Currently now, all those things are being operated by the cloud services. They actually get that data, refresh the data in real time, depending on whatever the developer has actually set for it to refresh, and give you the exact thing that is happening in real time. For example, all the Bitcoin prices you are seeing is actually shown to you by the cloud system. I think lastly is us, which are the users. So we are the guests in the restaurants. We just come to buy, eat, and go. We don't really know what is happening in this other side. Even who we are buying from, we don't know. Who we are giving the orders, we don't actually know. But what we know that if we ask for fufu, you actually give us fufu. If we ask for rice, you give us rice from the menu. And that is what cloud system actually do. It helps a lot. So next page, please. So like I said, on Flick, we had that issue. So let me just take 1 minute to actually explain what Flick is all about. Flick is actually a prediction market built on the Eptos blockchain. So you can be able to buy yes or no on any real-life event. For example, will Sky Remedy come to this event hall today? So this is one of the markets that you can actually trade on Flick. So we have so many markets. For example, if Peter Obi will actually emerge as the president, if Tinubu will still remain incumbent president of Nigeria and the rest of the things. So you can actually come up here and trade any real-life equation. And some of the intriguing markets that we have up there is having universities elections there. So we do have who will be the next SUG president of UNIO as a whole. Yeah. And that's a brief intro around Flick. What AWS, the cloud services, do up here is actually running app delivery analytics, the referrals, all the referrals that you guys are working on and be seen on Web3 apps. All these things are being run by cloud services, the content leadership board, ambassador pipelines, and etc. So what I want to leave with you today is that the blockchain is your promise to users, which is a decentralized ecosystem, but the cloud infrastructure is how you actually keep it to be working. This is my last takeout note, and I would like every one of us to try as much as possible to use the cloud system. And I think I've been able to be a bridge between the technical users and the builders, because builders have both developers and we are all included. Yeah. Please, can I have the last slide? Okay. So smart contracts makes the promises and cloud infrastructure delivers it. Now, these are the key points. You don't actually need to choose Web3 and cloud services. People said, I just need to, learn what Web3 is. You actually need to understand what cloud services is. I've been here today, I've understood like 70 to 80% of what the developers are actually talking about. And I'm going to actually integrate it in what I've been building on a personal note. So if you really want to be into Web3, you really need to also understand some of the key things around cloud system. And AWS is an example of where to start. We have the Web3 infrastructure skills gap is actually enormous. So that's it. My Twitter link is over there at Sky Remedy. You can follow me up. I have many good updates around Web3 applications and ecosystem. Thank you. Please, do we have any question? Yeah. Thanks. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please put your hands together for him again. Does anyone have any question? Any question? Okay. So our next speaker. Hello, everyone. Hello. All right, we're still together. All right, so our next speaker is a cloud engineer, AWS solutions architect, AWS user group leader for West Africa, certified AWS cloud instructor and founder of the Cloud with an Academy with extensive experience. Thank you. With extensive experience leading cloud-focused initiatives across infrastructure, automation, and scalable system, and is passionate about helping developers build reliable and modern applications using AWS technologies. Please put your hands together as we welcome Anne Usang. Please put your hands together for her.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. How are we all doing? How are you doing? Are we hungry? Where's DJ? Give them food. All right. So I'm so happy to be here this afternoon. And I'm not just happy because I'm a speaker, but I'm happy because this community is the community I led when it initially came into Uyo for the first time. And thank you. That was 2022. And I remember back then, what I led, or one of the big events in my time that I organized, was a boot camp. It was a 2 days boot camp. And that boot camp just had few people come around, and they practiced around AWS console and all of that. But today, 2026, I'm very proud of the team of persons that have led the community up to this point, where the community is having a community day. Because one of the biggest things in AWS is the community day. So this event is not just a small event, right? The seats may not be filled up, but it's not a small event when it comes to AWS. So I would like for us to just stand up, please. Please, let's just stand up and celebrate DJ and the entire team that has led the community to this point. Please, let's celebrate them. Thank you. Thank you. Please, we may be seated. And I would also like to celebrate one more person. And I wouldn't have been here today, but I had to be here. I'm sure DJ knows. I had to be here. I had my wedding last week, so I'm meant to be on honeymoon. but I'm here today because there is no way I would miss this. So please, let's celebrate my husband who is here. He came. So he gave me this platform to be here because he could have said, babe, let's stay in the moon. But then he said, let's be here. So thank you very much, babe. All right. I'm tempted to say praise the Lord, but praise the Lord. Okay, so I think we can get started. So today I'm going to be speaking on building reliable systems, how modern apps run on AWS. I know that we've had lots and lots of technical talk. This is another technical talk, but it's going to be very conversational. Are we together? Are we together? All right. So let's have the next slide. So who can tell me how Netflix started? How did Netflix start? No, I don't want anybody in any company. You guys are you're already sharp. So who else that is not wearing a company's t-shirt can tell me how Netflix started? Anybody? There'll be an award for the winner, for the person who speaks. Anybody? Okay, let's have him. Please, can we get the mic to him? There's the hand there. Are you shy? Raise up your hand again now.
They started as a small company to replace Blockbuster because back then you had to rent movies, and then after renting them, if you don't return it on time, you get charged cancellation fee, late fees. You get charged late fee. So Netflix stepped in to bridge that, and they started by making watching movies digital, such that you can just pay a subscription and you can watch it from the comfort of your house. You can cancel anytime, no late fees, nothing. So that's how it started.
Awesome. Please, let's celebrate him. What's your name? What's your name?
Ozzy.
Say that again.
Ozzy.
Is that your guy name or your real name?
No, it's my middle name.
Okay, Ozzy, just see me after the session.
All right.
Okay, all right. So he said something that Netflix actually started as a DVD platform. So what we have today is that we just go on our phones and we stream movies, right? But back then it wasn't so. How Netflix worked is that you would have to go to their website, choose a movie, and then that movie will be shipped to you in a red envelope. So it will be shipped to you like a CD in a red envelope, and you have to now receive it and play it in your house. Now, this happened for several years, up until, I think that was 2008, sometime around August 2008. And what happened was that Netflix database got corrupted. So it means that all of the rental of the movies and everything couldn't continue because that their database got corrupted. So for about 3 days, Netflix wasn't functioning. And this is something that may seem small, but even as little as when you're on your phone, I believe everybody has had this experience. You're on your phone, and let's say you're about to text somebody your account number, urgent 2K, and your phone is 1%. And you're like, let me quickly text this number before my phone goes off, and then your phone goes off. Who has experienced it? And you're like, this urgent 2K, I would have got it right now. This phone has just had to mess me up. Now, don't think it from that light alone. Think about it as a company, whereby everything that you're building just immediately goes off. Now, your customers, the last speaker, Mr. Victor, he said something, and he referenced, I think, an application that he's building, whereby the thing went off, like their website crashed. And it doesn't just impact on your users alone, it impacts on the credibility of that company. And that was what happened to Netflix. So at that time, they lost credibility for some 3 days, but thankfully they were able to pick up that, because that action actually made them know that we have to migrate to the cloud. Initially, they ran everything on-prem, but today, Netflix had to migrate to the cloud. And they did that migration, I think, for about 7 years, but that's a different story to talk about. Now, I'm going to be using Netflix as an example in my talk today, because Netflix is one of the softwares or one of the systems in this world that has built a very reliable system. Are we together? Are we together? Remember, you have to listen to me, because I made them give you people food. And me, I've not eaten. I've not even taken water. So please, let's keep the food aside and listen. Or eat the food, but eat it and listen, okay? All right, so let's have the next slide. So we'll be covering this in the next 11 minutes. So let's see how fast I can go. The next slide, please. Is the person also eating? The person is eating. Please find the person for me. All right. So right now, before we go ahead, let's understand what is reliability. When we say something is reliable, what do we actually mean? And here, I wrote down something. A reliable system does what the user expects when they expect it, even when something breaks behind the scene. So if you say that something is reliable, it means that that thing is actually not just sitting down and looking at you, but that thing is always available for anybody, anywhere. Now, in terms of a system, and using Netflix again, Has there been any time where you went to Netflix and you discovered that Netflix was down? Anybody? There's been no time. So every time you go to Netflix, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 p.m., 12 noon, at any time you go there, Netflix is always running. That is a reliable system. A reliable system has these 4 components. It is always available. It is always performing. And performing, if you would agree with me that if you go to a website and then let's say it takes about 15, 20 seconds to load, you will leave that site, right? Because it's not performing. But a reliable system is a system that is performing. It's responding fast. A reliable system is a system that is durable. Data is not lost. We've not gone to Netflix and then Netflix tells us that there are no movies in the movie library. There are always movies, which means there is always data. And that is a reliable system. And the next thing is recoverability. That is the ability for a system to heal itself. Now, a system actually works like a human body. Let's say you're sick. You know that for me to actually get well is that I need to rest, right? Not every sickness is malaria, even though Nigeria has made it look like every sickness is malaria. But some sicknesses just demand that you rest. Now, in terms of a system, if a system cannot recover by itself, if it needs somebody to actually be on standby watching the system 24/7, that is not a reliable system. A reliable system is a system that can recover. So a reliable system is a system that can recover, that is durable, that is performing, and that is what? And that is what? Available. Are we together? Please, the next slide. Now, these are, okay. So now, this was the formal way that companies run. Let's say Netflix now. Netflix, they were usually running on a server, right? And this server carries all the load of Netflix. Everything that Netflix is doing is just handled by one server. Take, for example, your phone. Let's say you have to do every single thing in your life with your phone. One day, that phone is going to pack. And the thing is, that phone will not tell you when it will pack. You will know that, yes, this phone can pack one day, but it won't advertise to you and say, I'm going to pack on the 12th of October, 2027. Your phone won't do that. And it's the same thing for a server. If you overload a server will not tell you, oh, I'm going to pack. Oh, hello, Joseph. I'm going to pack on the 15th of December. It won't do that. A server will just pack on its own. And everything now falls back to you, the cloud engineer or the DevOps engineer, as the case may be, whoever is handling that function in the company. But now with cloud, you're not just depending on one server carrying everything. You have multiple servers that you can easily spin up to handle different services of that your application. And you only pay for what you use. Many of the speakers have talked about cost. The truth is that cloud can be expensive, but cloud can also be cheap if you understand optimization. But that is a different topic on its own, right? So with cloud, you're able to spin up servers, you're able to avoid overloading one server because you're aiming for a reliable system. Please, let's have the next slide. Now, I just had to highlight these 4 services because in almost every application, you will find out that they are running these 4 services, or at least 2 of these services in almost every application. EC2 is the service on AWS that handles spinning up virtual servers. RDS handles database, relational database. S3 handles storage, and your VPC handles networking. For most systems, AWS has over 200 services, but you don't run all the 200 services in for your software. Am I correct? So at least you're running maybe 4, 5, 6 services, depending on whatever your software needs. So these 4 services are actually used almost every day. And let me talk about S3, for example. S3 is one of the services that AWS themselves promised 11 nines of durability. So it has 99.9999, that's 9 nines, 11 nines of durability. And that means that if I am storing, let's say, 10 million objects in an S3 bucket, in about 10 years, there is a likely chance that I'll only lose 1 object. Let me take that again. With S3, you can store, let's say, 10 million objects. And because of the 11 nines of durability AWS has promised us with S3, in about 10,000 years, you can only lose 1 object. That is to tell you how reliable this system is, this S3 is. I'm not here to talk about the security side of things because that also matters. Because in as much as you're using these services, you don't just say, Anne said I should use S3, and you just go and put your objects in S3 without any security. There are security measures to consider. All right, let's go to the next slide. Now, if I fail to talk about this when I'm talking about reliability, then I don't think I've talked about reliability. Because one of the things that makes the cloud, AWS, since that's what we are here for, that makes AWS a reliable infrastructure is the fact that it has regions and availability zones. So it is not just dependent on one data center that is somewhere there. Because in the normal sense of things, what people usually do alone is that they have a very large workload, and then they just set up a small data center somewhere here, and then everything is hosted here. Now, this particular location, for instance, is just serving as one location that manages an entire workload. If, God forbid, but fire is caught up in this place, and this server or this server room goes down, they've lost everything. And that is the advantage of cloud. AWS does not have one data center somewhere in United States. It doesn't have one. It has regions across different geographic areas, and inside those regions, it has availability zones. So take, for example, if AWS has a region in Nigeria, which they don't have just yet, but if they have a region in Nigeria, let's say Lagos is a region. Now, in Lagos, AWS will now have availability zones. So it means that they have a server room in Lekki. They also have another server room in Oshodi. They have another server room in, where again? Where? I mentioned Lekki. Aja, thank you. I did not use where I'm familiar with. I'm going to use Lagos. So let's say that is what AWS has, which they have, but outside. They have in US East. They have US West. They have across different places, right? And the essence of this is reliability. Because if I am building an application, the application should not just sit here alone. What if something happens? Nigeria, what if NEPA decides to take lights in this side of Nigeria or of Uyo? It means that my website will go down. So AWS set up this reliability system which involves regions and availability zones. Praise the Lord. Please, let's go to the next slide. All right. So something else to talk about is this, especially when it comes to reliability. We have millions of users. Now, how would these millions of users be able to use the different data that have been spread across? Let me go back a bit. Remember, I talked about the fact that AWS has a data center in Lekki. They have another one in Aja, and another one at Oshodi. Now, these are 3 places. If I have a company and I decide to spread my data across these 3 different centers, how would my users be able to navigate which? They can navigate through to each of these servers using what is called a load balancer. So a load balancer will help you to route your traffic evenly, so that if I have data in Lekki, all my data, remember, is not just put in Lekki server. A load balancer can route, let's say, 30 people to the server in Lekki. He routes another 30 people to the server in Aja. He routes another 30 people to the server in Oshodi. That ensures that everything is not just dependent on one particular server. And the good thing also is that we have what is called auto-scaling. If you see it over here. With auto-scaling, let's say this guy decides to be sick, because servers get sick. Amen? Servers get sick. So let's say this guy decides to be sick. What will happen is that the auto-scaling is going to spin up another server to ensure that traffic still goes to these 3 different servers. It won't say that because server 1 is sick, then let us leave server 1. We would only work with 2. No, it will spin up another server to still make it 3 so that traffic can go through. Remember, we are building what? A reliable system. So if we are building a reliable system, some of the measures to take involves having a load balancer, involves having auto-scaling group configured in your infrastructure. Please, let's have the next slide. All right, now, back to Netflix, right, which is the example that we are using for a reliable system. Now, Netflix runs almost its entire system on AWS, but not everything. There's something else, would look at it. Now, Netflix has over 270 million plus paid subscribers worldwide. I think this population should be the population of Indonesia, if I'm correct. So that's like saying you have one entire country running on Netflix. How is Netflix able to manage that if they are not using a reliable system? They have over 190 countries, 190 countries using Netflix. I think aside China, South Korea, Syria, and one other country, I'm not so sure. So 190 plus countries are using Netflix, yet every day you and I will wake up and go to Netflix, and Netflix is still running. Or much more, think about this situation. How many people watch Stranger Things here? I expect all hands. Okay. All right. I didn't even watch it too, even though I'm expecting all hands. All right. So now, let's say everybody's expecting Stranger Things, the new season, to drop tomorrow, 6 p.m. Every single person in this room, plus those outside, are expecting that Stranger Things will drop by 6 p.m. tomorrow. Now, everybody will be on Netflix, 5:55. We are waiting for Stranger Things. As soon as it's 6, everybody logs in. Stranger Things is up, Stranger Things is up, and everybody wants to watch it. And Netflix will still show it to all of you, because it has built a reliable infrastructure. It has built something that is able to serve millions of people, right? So even if your software is not serving millions of people, there are necessary things which I have talked about, which I'll still talk about, that would ensure that you are building a reliable system. Please, let's go to the next slide. My time is up. Now, this is just a very simplified version of Netflix's system, a very simplified version. Now, everything on this side is AWS managed. Everything there is handled by AWS. The only thing that Netflix is handling by themselves is their content delivery, right? So their content delivery is handled by Open Connect. But every other thing, the logging in, the payment, every other thing is being managed through AWS. Now, you can actually manage your content from AWS using AWS CloudFront. That can be done for you who is building a company that is still coming up, right? You must not follow Netflix to do everything like they've done. So Netflix is managing everything on AWS because they are after reliability. They don't want a situation that we wake up one day and then we've lost users. And losing users is equal to losing credibility and losing money. Everybody likes money. Everybody wants to make money. So if you want to make money, you would have to go for a system that is reliable. Let's have the next slide. So these are 3 engineering habits that Netflix is using. They are running on a microservice structure. They are not just running on one server managing everything. So one thing you can do is you can break your software into different services. So let's take, for example, it's an e-commerce platform. I think Depme, right? Depme is running something around e-commerce. For Depme, I don't expect that they are going to take everything about the application into one and drop it in one server. If Depme is doing that, I hope you're not doing that. If Depme is doing that, they are almost about to kick the bucket, which they won't. So what Depme can do is they have to divide their workload into different services. They take order, put order in one service. They take search, put search in another service. They take billing, payment, put it in another service, and run these workloads individually, not in one server. Because if you are running a monolithic architecture, you're heading for damage for your company. So one of the best things to do is to run a microservice architecture. Another thing is multi-region active. For Netflix, this is what they do. So I think there was a time, was it this year or late last year, that there was an outage where some companies, their websites went down. And that was because US East 1A, North Virginia, went down. And some of those companies couldn't run again for hours because they deployed everything to one region. Deploying across multiple regions is money, no doubt. But it's also a safe technique to ensure that if an entire region goes down, you still have your application running on another region and it is still up. And the last thing Netflix does is that they built Chaos Monkey. So what they did is they intentionally set up a system that will be going to kill their servers intentionally during business hours. And the reason why they are doing this is because they are testing their system to see the reliability so that it is not a user that would experience a lag or experience a downtime. They set up a Chaos Monkey that would test their system during business hours to ensure that there is reliability. Let's have the next slide and then I'll wrap up there. Now, this is a question I have for somebody. Based on everything that you've seen, if you have a friend that is building an application, what is the advice that you give to that friend to building a reliable system? If you have a friend building an application currently, I believe we have somebody building. Do we have builders in the house? Builders, people have eaten and you're over-satisfied. Do we have builders in the house? We have builders in the house. If you're a builder, say yeah. All right. So now, as a builder, what is that advice that you're going to give to yourself or to your friend who is a builder? If they walk up to you and they're telling you, I want to build a reliable system, what is the advice you would give to them based on what you've heard? Okay, I like those two guys. Please, let's give the other guy the mic. His friend spoke first, now he is speaking. You're a game builder. Is that game builder I see on your shirt?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay. The advice I'll give for a friend who is building is build for scale from day one. That doesn't mean that you would start adding things like elastic load balancing from the start, because it's very efficient, but it's for scalability when you have much traffic. But I'll say build your infrastructure in a way that even if you need to add other services later on, the main foundation is already strong enough to handle everything that comes your way. That's the advice I'm going to give. I think that's the most important thing. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Please, let's celebrate him. I didn't get your name. I didn't get your name.
My name is Idongesit Otong.
Idongesit Udo.
Otong.
Idongesit.
Otong.
Idongesit too. Okay. All right, Idongesit. I think you and your friend just see me after. Thank you. All right. So he said something very interesting, and I'm going to wrap up. Please just give me the next slide. Right. So in as much as I've been talking about Netflix did this, Netflix did that, it is not to say you too go and do like Netflix. You now decide to set up everything. I remember my company, when we wanted to deploy an application. So we've not even gotten users yet. The users of the application was just myself and my other team members. The developer was like, let's deploy on, let's use Kubernetes. Let's use Kubernetes. I said, why? Why are we using Kubernetes? We've not gotten one user just yet. Now we won't use this application. And you're saying, let's use Kubernetes. I said, it's not going to work. He kept pushing for Kubernetes, and I'm not sure why, but he kept pushing for it. And I told him, it's not going to work, because we need to first of all, run this application first. Now, let us first test it, and let us see. When more users come, we now know how to scale. However, I told him something, which is what Idongesit said. Build your application in such a way that you are leaving room to scale. You're not building everything as one. Everything is just here. If it's not here, then it cannot be anywhere. No, you're building to scale. And that is where, they don't want me to wrap up. And that is where these 3 points come along. And I'll start from the last. Start small and grow safely. Start small and grow from there. That is why I said build in a manner that you can scale. But start small and grow. Avoid single points of failure. Especially when you started having users on board, avoid single points of failure. Don't just put everything in one server and then you're saying it's fine, let it remain there. Avoid single points of failure. And the last thing will be design for failure. This is a thing. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but design for failure. If you walk up to a user and you ask your user, what happens if, let's say, this server goes down? And then they are like, nothing will happen. No, something has to happen. Let us know what will happen. Let us know. Is it that if this server goes down, people will not be able to reach my website? If that is the case, then how can we avoid that? So every step of the way that you're building, build for failure. So build in such a way that people can still stand. People can still, when I mean stand, people can still use your website. Your website is reliable. Your website is available. Your website is performing well. And your website is durable. Let's have the next slide, which is going to be my thank you slide, right? So thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. I don't know if there are questions, but if you have questions, feel free to ask. You can follow me on LinkedIn, on YouTube, or you can scan the QR code if you'd like to join my academy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for her once more. Thank you. Please, do you have questions? All right. In the absence of none, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Foniso for his presentation. I think everything is up and running, so we'll do that. And Kovo Labs, please prepare for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello once again. Really sorry for the break in transmission. I mean, we're Nigerians, we understand that there is always break in transmission. So please, I'd like my screen to be up. Okay. So like I said, we're going to walk through a technical process of how you can build and deploy your application on AWS. Okay, so I built a little backend here. Yes, so if you can see my screen properly, I built a backend here. It's basically a to-do application, right? And we're going to be deploying this application on AWS. But first, we're going to test the application locally, and try to see how it works, right? Before we take it to AWS. So now, the interesting thing about this application is that it has a very, very clear README file, right? I prepared a very nice README, so you can also maybe clone the repo, in your spare time, or maybe when you get home, right, and try your hands on it as well. I would really like you to try your hands on it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm basically going to run this application. Is a Node.js backend, right? So I'm going to run it locally, and just test it. So let's see how it works. So I've started a backend. I don't know if this screen is working 5 minutes later. Okay, so we have a couple endpoints, and the one I'm going to look at is the to-dos, right? So I'm just going to because I'm going to send a GET request to that endpoint from my browser. So I'm on my browser now, and I've sent a request, and you can see the response. Basically, we have I'm just bumping it up so you can see the things that are there. So basically, we have a couple responses, right? So we have success, true, count 3, and then we have the data, right? So basically, this is what that endpoint gets on localhost 8080/todos returns. So this is me running the application, the most generic way, a Node.js engineer would do it, right? So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to Dockerize this application, right? And I'm going to run it using Docker, but still locally. So back to VS Code. Like I said, I wrote a very lengthy README, and so I've stopped the server. If I wrote it myself, oh yeah, I wrote it myself. Yeah, I wrote it myself, but AI helped, do a lot of things. Because there is AI to help now. So obviously there is AI to help. So I don't think you should ignore AI because you have some pride or something. So I've stopped the backend. I'm going to hit that endpoint again so that you see that there is no response. So I just hit that endpoint again. Sorry guys, I've seen my response here. I don't know what this one is waiting for. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to reload again, and you see, obviously the results showed since. So you can see.
All right, so while we are still trying to sort that out, we have the winner of the raffle draw. If you got a paper like this and you have a number written on it, please check this paper that was given to you. Do you have a number on it? Please check this. Do you have a number? Please, if you have a number on your raffle tickets, let's see. Please don't write the number on your raffle tickets. If you have a raffle ticket with numbers already, is there a number? No. Please, who has the number written on their raffle? Please come and show me privately, because there are some criminals around here, please. Come and show me, thank you. Let me see the number you have on your raffle ticket. Please let me see it, yes. Oh, all right, no problem. So, yeah, thank you. We'll see you after the end of this session. Thank you. People are criminals behind, and it will not work. All right.
Okay, sorry, we had some breaking transmission there as well. So yes, I just tested the endpoint that I stopped, and if you can see now, nothing has happened. I just tried to restart the server, right? So I'm going to start the server, using Docker, right? But first, I'm just going to talk a little about Dockerization, and the meaning of all these things that you are seeing here, like the Docker file, the Docker compose.yaml, and the Docker ignore. I expect that, you already know what package.json is, and what maybe index.ts is. So first, we're going to talk about the Docker file. Right, so if you look at the Docker file, I'm going to zoom out a little bit so that everything can show. Yeah, if you look at the Docker file, you see some commands, right? So first says from node 20 Alpine as builder, work dir app, copy package.json, copy tsconfig. So basically, what the Docker file helps us to do is to build a Docker image, right? So build a Docker image, and you can see these commands basically helps you build a Docker image. In this case, we're pulling node from, Docker, and we're working in the app directory, and we're copying package.json. We're also copying tsconfig.json, and yeah, the first one to line 16, what we have is for development, right? And from line 21 down, what we have is for production, right? So basically, it exposes port 8080 on production, right, and sets node env to this in production, right? So that's our Docker file. The next thing we need to look at, the next thing you need to prepare is your Docker compose.yaml, right? So in our Docker compose.yaml, basically what we have is a version first, right, and the service. Right, basically this is going to help build our Docker, like start our Docker image, start our this in container, right? So it gives us, we have a container name, in this case to do API, right? So when we run our Docker file, using Docker build, we're basically going to create an image, right? And that image, a container, yeah, and that container is going to be called to do API. Right, and when we run our Docker this thing compose, we're going to expose route 8080, right, and tie it to a route on our this thing container, which in this case is 8080, and we're also pointing to our env file, our environment variables file, which in this case is .env, right? So now, having explained that, the next thing I want to explain is Docker ignore. So basically what Docker ignore does is almost the same thing that git ignore does, right? Helps you ignore certain files, maybe big files that you probably don't want Docker to track, so that you can save data and stuff like that. Now, so the next thing we'll do is I've gone to the this in documentation, right? I've gone to the documentation. I'm going to scroll to where I am now. So the first thing I did was I did npm run dev, which helped to start the server locally, right? Which is what any Node.js engineer would do, right? And we did hit this endpoint and saw that our backend was running. And the next thing I need to explain is I need to also explain the environment variables for you, right? I need to explain the environment variables for you. So the environment variables is in our .env, and here we have a port 8080. We have our node environments to be development. We have our app name to be to do API, and we have version to be 1.0.0. If you've built backend applications before, you know what this means, right? So now going down, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to start our Docker. Like we're going to start our application using Docker this time. Initially, we started using the regular npm run dev, right? But this time we're going to start using Docker. So to start using Docker, I had a command here, right? So this runs our application on port 8080, sorry, it fetches our application from port 8080 and runs it on port 80, right? So I'm going to just run this on my terminal. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is to build my Docker image, right? Which is what you see here. So build my Docker image. So it's basically going to build from your Docker file, right? It's going to execute the commands in your Docker file. So Docker build -t to do API, which is the name of the image, and you want it to build inside this directory, right? So I'm building it. I already built this Docker image, so I would have just, run the one I already built, but I just want to do everything here. I hope network allows me. So our Docker image is building. Yeah, our Docker image has finished building, right? So the next thing we want to do is we want to run it as a container now, right? So basically run it on port 8080 from our container, from port 8080 that is exposed on our this in container. So I'm going to run this. Now when I run this, our Docker has started, right? So our backend has started again, but this time not from the regular Node.js front, but this time from our Docker image. So if I go back to the browser and reload that, you see we have results, right, from that endpoint. We have to-dos. So we've been able to build our application. You did not see when I wrote the code, but obviously, the code is there. We've been able to build our application. We've been able to test our application locally using Node.js. We've been able to Dockerize our application, right? So you can see our application is running from the Docker front as well. The next thing we want to do is we want to push our application to AWS, right? Which is, why we came here today. We want to push our application to AWS. Now, you can still push your application to AWS even without Dockerizing it, right? But since I use Node.js for this presentation, it's possible that a lot other persons are writing different languages, right? So that way, if I talk about Docker, right, it would work well with people that are writing different languages as well. So now, the first thing we want to do is we want to push this application to GitHub first, right? We want to push the application to GitHub and try to fetch the application from AWS. Sorry, try to fetch the application on AWS from GitHub, right? So we're going to push to GitHub first. So to push to GitHub, first thing I'm probably going to do is I'll go and create a repo on GitHub, and I'm going to push my application to that repo. But I already did that, so that we'll not have to do it here. We know how to go to GitHub, create a repo, push our application there, right? So this is my application. You see, I did it 3 days ago, so I was really prepared for this session. Yeah, so I pushed my application here. Okay, so I pushed my application here. So this repo is also public. Now, explain why why I had to tell you that the repo is public. So the next thing we want to do is we want to go to AWS and create, an instance. And we're going to use EC2 for this particular illustration. So I'm going to go to AWS. Now this is my AWS dashboard, right? So you can see my recently visited services, EC2, simple email, Amplify, and stuff like that. Now, just in case you don't see this, right, because probably you are opening AWS for the first time, how you see EC2 is you can come to search, right, and search for EC2. Can come to search and search for EC2. Okay, so we have results. You can see the first result, EC2, virtual servers on the cloud, right? So if I click on EC2, now it opens this window where we can launch an instance. Now we want to create one EC2 instance and take our application from, our local environment to our cloud environment, which is a virtual environment in this case, right? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to launch an instance. And if you click on launch an instance from that front, it's going to tell you to, do some tutorials. But I want to continue without tutorials. You can always come and explore these tutorials. But I want to launch without the quick walkthrough, right? So I proceed to launch without a quick walkthrough. Now, here we have the window, where we can create our EC2. So I'm going to give my instance a name. I'm going to call it AWS demo. AWS demo. Okay, and I'm going to choose the OS, right? So basically, when you're creating an instance, you are just basically trying to create an operating system on a virtual environment, right? Like, I'm using a Linux OS. It's possible that most of us are using Windows, right? You can create a Windows environment virtually. You can also create a Linux environment virtually. And in this case, I want to create an Ubuntu environment because I love Ubuntu, right? I don't know, in the list of options, you can see we have Amazon Linux, we have Mac OS, we have Ubuntu, we have Windows. So you see, you can create a Windows environment virtually. You can create a Windows environment on the cloud. So I'm going to choose Ubuntu. Yeah, so I've chosen Ubuntu, and my machines are loading. My machine images are loading. I'm okay with the Ubuntu 26.4 LTS. I'm okay with this version of Ubuntu, right? Now, the next key thing I want to talk about is creating a key pair, right? Now, this key pair is what is going to help you connect to your instance, right? Because basically, your AWS account has gates, right? So basically password, and you need to be authenticated to use it, right? So this key pair is going to help you connect to this instance that we've created, right? So it's basically like a password to the EC2. So I'm going to create a key pair. So here I'm going to click on create key pair. Now I want this to load up because I want to talk about it. Now here we have the name of the key pair and the key pair format. In this case, I'm going to use the PEM as the format. I'm going to put a name to the key pair. I'm going to call it AWS demo as well, right? And it's going to basically create a key pair for me. So I'm going to use .pem. I'm okay with .pem. So I'm going to click on create key pair. Now my key pair has been created, and if you noticed, it automatically downloaded it for me. It's coming up. Yeah, it automatically downloaded it for me, right? It created and automatically downloaded it, right? So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move that key pair to where I'll be able to maybe access it from, right? So because when it downloaded, it went into my downloads directory on my machine, right? So I'm going to just continue and finish creating the instance. So down here, I'm going to check on allow HTTP traffic from the internet, HTTPS traffic from the internet, and also allow HTTP traffic from the internet. So then I think this is this. Yeah, this would be okay. So I can now launch my instance, right? So I've launched my instance. Basically, I've created my instance. The next thing I need to do is to connect to the instance. I've created my instance. Yeah, see, successfully initiated launch of instance. Now I can click on this ID, the ID there, to open the instance. So now I want to connect to the instance from my local machine so that I can communicate with the instance, right? I can, communicate with my GitHub probably from the virtual server. But I have created a container, a room, should I say, on the cloud now, right? So here, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on connect, right? I'm going to click on connect. Now when I click on connect, because I'm trying to connect to the instance, obviously, you see steps to connect. Now there are 4 steps here. There is EC2 instance connect, there is SSM session manager, there is SSH client, which is like, I think, one of the most popular one, which is what I will use today. So I clicked on SSH client. Now if you click on SSH client, you are going to see steps to connect to the server. easily. Now, if you read through the steps, the first one says open an SSH client. Second one says locate your private key file, which is the key we created initially, right? The private key file is the key we created initially. So I'm going to just keep this here and go and try to get the key to some place that I like. So I'm going to go to my downloads. The key is here. This is the key. I'm going to cut the key out of here. I'm going to take it to here. I'm going to take it to this repository, right? Called the demo folder, right? Which is side by side with my to-do API. Now I'm going to open this repository with my terminal. Yeah, I'm going to open this directory with my terminal, right? Because I want to be able to access the key from there. Now I'm going to just drag my terminal down a little bit, and you can see the key up there, and you can see my repository. But I don't just really want my repository again. I just need the key right now, right? So if you go back to the commands, that would help you connect, the first thing here says that the third command says run this command if necessary to ensure your key is not publicly viewable, right? So you need to run this command to ensure that your key is not publicly viewable. So chmod 400. So I'm just going to copy that, and I'm going to run it in here, right? Because this terminal has access to my key. If I ls in here, if I ls in here, right? I think I should make this full screen and bump it up. Okay, if I ls in here, you are going to see my key, right? See, the result is the AWS demo.pem and then my directory. So I'm going to paste the command I copied here. That's the chmod 400, right? And it has protected my key now, right? It has protected my key. So the next thing I need to do is to run the SSH to get into the server, which is the last command there, the fourth command there, right? So so the fourth command says connect to your instance using this public DNS. And the example is down here. SSH-I, your key, and then the IP of the server that you want to connect to. Because you need to use your key. The key is there for your consumption. So I'm going to just copy the example here, and I'm going to go back to our terminal here, and I'll paste this. Now when I paste this, this is supposed to connect to the AWS instance that we just created. So you see, it's asking you, are you sure you want to continue? Yes. And enter. And it's in our server now. If you notice, there is a difference in the path that we were before. Initially, we were just in Foniso Elite's book, right? Desktop code demo. But now we're in Ubuntu IP. 1 minute should come up. I think I should just clear this. Now we're in Ubuntu IP, and the IP address of the server, right? So now we are inside the server, right? We can now do things in the server. So the next thing we want to do is, we've created our instance, we've connected to our instance. The next thing we want to do is, migrate our application from GitHub to this virtual server. But before we migrate it, there are some installations we need to do. And I also created a file here that is called ec2setup.sh, right? So I'm going to run this file inside the server. But just before I run it, I'm going to just briefly explain what the file is. So it's coming up. Okay, so we have echo updating system packages, basically just printing on the terminal, and then we sudo update our server. It's an Ubuntu server, hence why sudo update is going to update it. Sudo update our server, we upgrade it, then we install Git, we install Docker, because we're trying to use Docker to run our service, right? And we start Docker, and after that, we're supposed to echo that Docker has been installed. and echo some other things down there, like that you should clone this repository, if you want to continue. So I'm going to copy this entire thing, and I'm going to just paste it on the server and give it one go. It's going to take a little while to run, depending on how our network connection is. So I've just pasted it on the server, and I'm running it. So it's going to take a little while. I just pasted it, and now depending on how our network is doing all those things, all those commands, updating the server, upgrading it, installing Docker, all at once, installing Git, so that the next thing we'll do is to probably check if we have Docker in it, and get our repository into the server. We're trying to just set up the server environment now for deployment, really. This obviously downloads a lot of things. I think it is done. Okay, I think it's downloading Docker now. So see, downloaded Git, downloading Docker now, building packages. Yeah, I think it is done. So see, it logged the last log that we had, which in this case is complete, setup completed, log out and back in, then run. But I don't need to log out and come back in, right? I need to just git clone the repository. Now, this is the repository link that I pushed the code to. But I'm just going to go to GitHub for, confirmation's sake, to copy the link again, right? And try to clone it into this repository. So I'm going to go to GitHub. Yeah, and I'm going to copy the code from the repository, obviously. Now, this repo is public. That is why we can easily copy it. If it was private, we might need to set up some keys, or use some IAM privileges to access it, without exposing keys. So I'm going to git clone that server in here. Let me just clear. Yeah, so I'm going to git clone. Now I'm cloning the server. Sorry, I'm cloning the repository. So if I ls in here now, I should be able to see the project I just cloned. In this case, AWS repo, right? If I cd into it, AWS demo, and ls in here, you are going to see the projects from that repository, So in here we have our Docker file, our README, our Docker compose, our setup, our package.json, our this is SRC, and our tsconfig.json. The next thing we want to do is we want to try and build. Now we want to build this container on EC2. The exact same thing we did locally. We built our this in container and then we ran it. Right, that's the exact same thing we're going to do. So, to build it, basically we're going to run Docker build. We're going to run Docker build. So I'm going to run Docker build inside. So you see, why I have dots at the end? Oh. So I just copied Docker build, and I've taken it to the server here. But this one is taking a little longer to, sync. Okay, so Docker build, -t to do API, full stop. Full stop at the end says do it inside this directory because we're inside the AWS demo directory now. So if I enter in here, it's saying legacy builder is deprecated. Excuse me. Oh, are we inside the AWS directory? Okay, sorry. Oh, my bad. I think I pushed everything to GitHub. Sorry. Okay, so I don't know if you noticed, but the IP here has changed. So it means the SSH client has disconnected, right? That is why we're not seeing the things we saw on the server anymore, right? If you look at it, you see that the IP here is different from what is here. So the SSH client are disconnected, and that's as a result of network. So I'm just going to try to connect again using SSH, right? So I'm going to connect. Okay, I think it's back in. Yeah, it's back in. So we're going to run our Docker build again because, sorry, we're going to enter our ls in here, get into the AWS demo. So cd AWS demo. Ls here to be sure I'm inside it. Yeah, so I'm going to run the Docker build now. Yeah, so I'm going to run the Docker build inside here. So see, the Docker build is running. It's pulling images that it needs for this container. Yeah, I think it is done building. So you see, successfully tagged. Okay, so you see, successfully built, and the ID of the Docker this in container successfully tagged to do API latest, right? So I can clear this so that I can get my full screen up. So the next thing we'll do is to start our application on the server. Right, and I'm just going to come down here and copy the command, right? So, yeah, this other one, the Docker run, so he exposes port 80 on the server, you know, and points to, so he exposes an application on port 8080 on Docker to port 80 on your server, right? So we're going to basically run that. So I'm going to copy this, go back to our server, and paste it there. Yeah, and run this. Now once I run this, our application has actually started, right? So we can go to our EC2 and get the IP of this server, right? To confirm that our server has started and that our backend is running. So if I come back to where I have instances, if I come back to where I have instances, now down here we have one instance, which is AWS demo. So you can see public IP here. I'm basically going to copy that public IP. Going to copy the public IP or the public DNS. Anyone, I'll use the DNS for now, right? And I'm going to run it. See? You can see the message on the screen. I just ran our IP address, our public IP from our server, and you can see to do API is running. If I run the same route I ran before, which was /todos, right? If I run /todos, you can say /todos, and you will see we have the same to-dos that we had on our local server. Yeah, so you can see we have our result. We have a JSON that has success message, count 3, and we have the data that are inside it. So we've been able to create an application, Dockerize it, create an EC2 instance, connect to it, and push our application to the EC2 instance, and also start our application on that EC2 instance. Now, anybody in this room can access this application from that IP address. Now, there are several other things you can do to, to further make this better, like probably set up SSL, which now this runs on port 80, which is unsecured, which is HTTP, right? But you can make it run on the secured port, right, by adding SSL, this invalidation and stuff like that. So, but this would be the end of our presentation. If you have any questions, you can ask now. But I think the cloud captain said that there would be things like this, workshops like this, more and more. So if you're interested, in learning about things like this, you can always join up and ask your questions there. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Niso. Thank you. We want to thank every one of you that have stayed up to this time. We want to thank you for your patience. We really, really, really do appreciate you. All right, so the person that won for the launch pack, the guy that had the number on his tag, please come up. Launch pack has something for you. Please come up for that so that they can present the gifts that they have to. Please, can we have the person that is doing that for launch pack? Yeah. All right.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so let me see. All right. So I'm just going to use this opportunity to talk about Launchpack a bit. We are a food service company, and our slogan is simple: your meal, your way. It's very simple. You get fresh meals come your way when you order it. We don't cook to keep. Right, we are the official meal partner for today's event. And for today's event, we played a raffle, shared cards, and each card had the names of the food that we offer and then more. But for this event, please, what's your name?
Emmanuel.
Okay, so Emmanuel won the raffle draw, which is 17 Chikdodo, and for that, we'll be giving him a free 1-week subscription, right? We're giving him a free 1-week subscription. So if you want to get something like this, take a picture with our banner outside and post it on social media and tag us, please, the last slide with our social media handles, at Launch Packers, at Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Tag us. The person with the highest engagement gets a free meal from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for Launchpack. Again, would like to appreciate our partners, DaveMe and Kobo Labs. But for the next 5 minutes, we'll be having Kobo Labs for their presentation. Please put your hands together for Kobo Labs. Put your hands together for them.
Hello, guys. Good evening, everyone. Hello, good evening, everyone. Praise the Lord. Praise Master Jesus. Amen. Amen. Please, if you're standing, sit down. Please, one house. All right, first of all, let me introduce myself. So my name is Victor Nkerwem. A lot of people call me Esco. You can call me Esco. So I'm standing here representing 2 brands. So I'm standing here in my position as the event director for AWS Student Community Day 2026, and also as the representative of Kovo Labs Limited. I'm just going to do this very quick. Then our CTO is going to come on board and help us demo a product. All right. So Kovo Labs is the official lead organizing partner for this event. Please, next slide. So who are we? So Kovo Labs we're an agency, okay? So alternatively, you can call us a digital studio. So what do? We manage full product life cycle. Please just give me the next slide. All right, so what we do at Kovo Labs, for most of you that have seen this brand or you've heard the name, so we build digital products, right? Any kind of digital product. We brand, right? So we have a team for that. We have designers ranging from brand designers, product designers, and others. So they actually work on real-world projects. So we leverage all our experience managing complex projects, just like this one and a couple of others, right? We partner with teams organizing events. We partner with teams building products. Probably you are short in teams or on skill, right? So we have the right, team or the right personnel with the right skill set to attach to your project. So we do that. So in simple words, we are a digital studio. We are an agency. So we are more like your external contractor, a third-party contractor for a project. Probably you don't have the skill set, the skill personnel enough to, take on such project. So please, just next slide. So our goal isn't complexity. So it's simply consistency, giving you that organization overhead. So if you are building something and you need a stronger operational structure or skilled personnel behind it, so we've got you covered. Please, next slide. Okay, please go back first. Okay, you can follow us on social media. Our website is still loading, but currently this is where we are live. So we're on X, we're on LinkedIn, we're on Instagram, and on Facebook. You can follow us, and get to know more about us. So quickly, I'm going to introduce someone else. All right, sorry, breaking transmission.
Hello, guys. Before the game session comes in, I just want someone I want to bring up stage. His name is ID. He's part of the community. So we had AWS hackathon that happened, and he was among the winners for the hackathon, still part of the community. So I want him to come up here, come and introduce what he built and how we can leverage it. So please, ID. Sorry, ID should come up. Then we can now continue. Yeah. Then one of the things that we will do for the game, we have scholarship slots. So I'm very happy to see you guys here waiting to the end. So we have scholarship slots for people. I think 2 persons, but we can still exceed though. But after that scholarship slot has been given to the 2 persons, we'll have boot camp training session for cloud. So if you are really interested in cloud computing, we will train you in cloud computing as far as you are part of the community. So don't worry about anything training. We'll handle the training for you guys. Hope you guys are happy. So Idoese, please come upstage and
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Hello, everybody. Can I have your attention, please? So my name is Idoese. I'm a member of your community, and we have a wonderful community because that is how I got to stand here. And it's with the support of most of you. You don't know me physically, but you supported me, and I'm really grateful. So I was in the AWS 10,000 Ideas Hackathon. It's a global hackathon from 115 countries with tens of thousands of builders. And it has 20 winners, and I was one of the winners. Thank you. What I built actually was beyond the box. All of us here know that Amazon is the parent company to AWS, and Amazon is actually the biggest logistics company in the world. But they have a big problem, and that problem is that packages have false labels, fraud, package fraud. It costs them billions of dollars yearly. And what is the solution? The solution is expensive X-ray scanners and other things like that. But there's a problem with that solution. Number one is cost. Because an X-ray can cost anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000. Number two is training. Training simply means you have to pay people to know how to operate these things safely. And the third thing is health and safety, because These X-rays have high energy radiation and can make the worker sick. So when the label says something but it is not, for example, if I say, okay, I have an iPhone in the box, meanwhile, I want to scam Amazon. So I return the package, but I put nothing inside the package. Basically, it's empty. The delivery driver has no way to check what is inside the box. So the solution I built for Amazon was using 2 smartphones. You can actually know what kind of material is in the box, and it can be flagged for inspection, further inspection, because it is a scam alert, basically. And I used 2 smartphones, Bluetooth, and magnetometer, that is magnetic signal readings, because most packages are transparent signals, meaning Bluetooth passes through most packages, cartons, polythene bags, plastics, wood even. Bluetooth and magnetic signals pass through them. Should I give the technical breakdown? Are you guys ready for it? Okay, I'm told to hurry up. So basically what helped me was I built a data flywheel. This basically means that with every scan, when the data is updated, let's say by Amazon or by users like you and I, from the app directly, it goes to a quarantine folder where I can use it to retrain the model. So with every scan on different materials, it gets smarter every time. That is how large language models were built. With a data flywheel, you can actually scale, like I answered the question earlier when Mrs. Ann Edem spoke, and that is the scalability I built for from the start. So that's what I learned. So I want to encourage every one of us, please, to be joining these competitions. I was in Unio too. This shirt I'm wearing was from an Amazon competition for last year for game development. I was one of the winners too. And this year again, I've won another one, which is a bigger one. So I want to encourage each and every one of you. I'm not special. It's simply hard work and like putting in the work and doing research. Please apply for competitions. Support each other like when we're doing competitions, and you make it big. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so to continue, Covo Labs. So today we are going to demo one of our products. Yeah, right. So we have about 3 products in the pipeline, and we want to demo one here right now. So it's a game, okay? And winners of this game are, we're looking for how many? Just 2 persons, right? So this is what you stand to gain. So 2 winners. After this game, you have free access to learn Cloud with Anne. 2 people, fully sponsored, to start your cloud journey. Are you guys with me? So I'm going to invite Mfoniso Babio to Mfoniso Babio, that's Covo Labs CTO. So he's going to anchor this session. It's a game. So this is a demo of one of our products, and I want you, while interacting with this product, you should be very, very observant, because we are going to need your feedback at the end of this game. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please start the game. Okay, so to join this game, you can scan this QR or go to www.playinsa.xyz/join and type the code that we have here. Please. One person has joined the game. You can come forward to scan the QR if, you know. We have Anonymous, we have Chai, we have Edix. We have about 6 players in the lobby now. 7 players. Somebody is dot. Just dot. We have 8 players in the lobby. We have 9 players in the lobby. Should we start with 9? 10 players. Should we start with 10? So I think we should wait. We should look out for 15. We have 15 players. I think we can start. 16. Wow. 17. We start with 20, right? We start with 20. We start with 20. 20 players, 21 players. Why are you people? 23 players. 24 players. 25 players. 26 players. Can we start the game now? $28 players. If you're using a POS, you can go to the link and, type the code. The link is www.playinsa.xyz. Playinsa.xyz. PLAYNSA.xyz/join. Okay, I think we can start the game now. 27 players. Please, start game, please. Okay, so we have questions here from this event. The first question is, which AWS service is used to send emails and notifications? Why has nobody answered? It's not connecting. Can I get my phone? The second question is, which service? People are answering, Imo is number 1. What's the primary purpose of Route 43? AWS Route 53, rather. Fatima manages a team of 10 developers. She needs to make sure each developer can only access the specific AWS service they need for a role. Nothing more. Which AWS service helps her to do this? There's a speaker that spoke on this. A small business owner wants to deploy her Node.js web application to AWS quickly without worrying about configuring servers, load balancers, or networking herself. Which service handles all this automatically? We have OX Segun on number 1. The sixth question is, which AWS AI service helps developers to build generative AI applications using foundation models? So see, don't blame me if these questions are very hard. It's your cloud captain that gave me these questions. So please hold him. Which of these is not an AWS region? We have US East 1, US East 2, AP South 1, and Africa Central 1. I mean, you're supposed to use this elimination method to answer this one now. The eighth question is, which AWS service would most likely reduce latency for users in different countries? The first one is, okay, I think I was late myself. AWS has regions in the US, Europe, Asia, and Africa. A company in Nigeria must store data within the continent due to regulation. Which region should they use? So this is our final question. Emeka's app sends order confirmation messages to customers. Sometimes the order service and the messaging service go down at different times, causing messages to get lost. Which AWS service can act as a buffer between these two services? So on number 1, we have OX Sejun with 6,602 points. And on number 2, we have Anonymous with 5,480 points. On number 3, we have Max. Please, a round of applause to them. Please, if you are Sejun, please stand up. If you are Anonymous, please stand up. And I would like the third person to also stand up. Third person is Max. Please, Segun. So, I hope you guys enjoyed this game. This is one of the product of Covo Labs. We're building a lot of things. We're bringing things out and trying to, explore the software space and see how we can bring innovations, to the space. We have a form I would like you guys to fill, based off your experience from the game. But right now, I'm going to hand over the mic to the cloud captain to present the prizes for the winners. Please, Max. You now. You cannot come and win our scholarship now. Please, Anonymous. Are you Anonymous? Please, where is Anonymous? Please, where is Anonymous? Please, who is Anonymous? Who? Him? Oh! I see, it makes sense. So, I'm going to hand over the mic to the cloud captain now. Thank you very much.
Hello, guys. How did you? Actually, I'm happy because I think, was it early this afternoon? We were just talking about cloud. And I did not know she took some information from the little talk we had about cloud. And she's a fast learner. Please appreciate him. We took third. Oh, so who is the winner? Who are the two persons?
You're third. Anonymous. This is Shegun, right? So where is Anonymous? Okay, then. Anonymous is disqualified. No name. So we picked the second person. Then who was the fourth person? You were the fourth person. Oh, so wait. What happened? You were sharing the answers. Know who you call your friends. Know who you call your friends. Okay, please, let's take a quick picture. Where's the camera person? Media, please come.
Okay, so for the rest of the people that participated and win, please endeavor to be active in the community, number one. Like I said, there will be a boot camp that will be happening, I think I won't say from August because I have another thing coming up from AWS, so I don't want to mix it up. So, but I would actually send information across the community. So if you are part of the community, please concentrate, be active. Information is there. Oh. Thank you so much.
Don't we have merch for other people? No merch, no Jota for them. I thought there's Jota. Okay. Okay, so quickly, the product you just witnessed, that's one of our products. It's going to be more like a game suite, right? So we are going to have a lot of games on that product. This is just one of it, all right? So please, media, can you give us... Okay, we're going to put out a form here. So we're going to get your feedback on that product so that we can, iterate and, improve on it. Okay? So, GDG.
All right, everyone, thank you so much. We want to say a very big thank you to all of you that stayed up to this time. Thank you to DabeMe. Thank you to Launchpack. And thank you to Wicked Studios. Yeah, I'm trying to get more names of our partners. But thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. Okay. All right, let's welcome the GDG lead, Ejijong. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I know we are almost done, and I'm not going to waste our time here. So I'm Edidiong Samuel, and I'm the lead GDG, Google Developers Group on campus UNIO, and then we are a community partner. So I'm just going to talk a little about what GDG is. So GDG is a community for tech-related minds on campus in UNIO and in extension UYO. So if you're interested in tech and you want to be part of a community that is actively involved in your growth, GDG is the community for you. And I'll quickly talk about our series we have coming up. We have a tech series coming up, tech career series. Our first topic is creating a global standard as a young tech talent, and our first space will be on 29th May. Starts on Friday, 29th May. That is next week, and we would be having great speakers. I think one of the speakers we have confirmed is Kayode Ilesami. He's ex-head of engineering at Kuda and current head of engineering at Renest. So please do well to be part of it. I'm going to send the group link to the organizer, who thank you very much for this opportunity, and he has done a very great job. DJ, my very good friend. And before I go, I would love to give a shout out to my predecessor, my mother, Ofon, and then my team members, Michael, my community lead, and my co-lead, Waki. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Tech Creep. But before we go, please would like that everyone comes up so we take a photograph for our socials. So would like that everybody comes up. If you're a speaker and you're still here, would like that you come up to the stage so that we can take a picture together, and that will be all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, let's get that done so that we can all go from here. Thank you very much. The photographer ready. Please, we are coming up stage to take a picture so that we can go. Thank you. All right, please come up for the pictures. Come up for the pictures. Please, can we get the photographer? Please come up for the pictures. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go, please. Let's get it done and go. Thank you. Yes, please. You can come up, please. Here. Thank you. Thank you. Please, can you come up? Please come up. Oh, let's be snappy about it. Volunteers, everybody, please. Covo Labs, come up. We need to take pictures. Volunteers, come up, please. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. We really, really appreciate you. Please, we are taking pictures. Oh, we have only one photographer. The rest, join the photograph. Please, they will not thief your bag. I think we should move forward. Please move forward, though, so that the picture. Some people can sit on this thing, so that they will see your face. If you are physically challenged, like some people I know, please sit down. Thank you. It's not short, it's physically challenged. Stand in front. Go and sit down there. All right. Who is the content person here? All right. All right, say AWS. Be excited now. Why not they do like that? Okay. Unless make I call you and your this thing name before you come. AWS 2026. Have you taken that? Okay. It's photography first. After they don't use all those energy, finish. Okay. Go forward now. Go forward, go forward, go forward. All right, one last time. I will transfer my life savings to you. AWS 2026. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Volunteers, oh, take pictures. Volunteers, please come up and take pictures. Thank you. Sometimes in our lives, we all have things. We all have sorrows. But if we always, we all know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long. I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Oh, for it won't be long. I'm gonna